Grand Conference today. And in preparation for the timely commencement of the conference, would you please come into the main hall and take your designated seats so that we can start on time. Delegates, honorable participants still registering outside. Would you please complete your registration soon and come in to join us for the timely opening of the session. Those of you who are still networking, standing by, would you please take your designated seats? Thank you very much for your indulgence. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, once again, would you please kindly take your designated seats as we are about to start the session? Thank you in advance.
Test.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellency and honorable speakers of the opening ceremony are now being ushered in. Would you please give them a warm welcome? Would you please give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. More speakers of the high-level opening ceremony are now being ushered in. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. Honorable delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the session shortly. So would you please take your designated seats? Those of you who are still having a chat around the corners and standing around, would you please go and take your seats? Thank you very much. We have the initial group of high-level speakers on stage already, so shortly we'll start the session. So would you please take your seats again? Thank you. Good morning. Bonjour. Assalamu alaikum. Habari za asubuhi. How am I doing? Okay. And here in Ethiopia, we say ndemna darachu. Excellency ministers, assistant ministers, and Mr. delegates of African member states, Excellency delegates of the African regional economic communities, honorable representatives of international organizations, the UN bodies, specialized agencies, funding partners, stakeholders from the UNECA region, including governmental, non-governmental, and private actors, all protocols observed. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning again, and a very warm welcome to Ethiopia, the host country, for the second regional review of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration, GCM, in the UNECA region, proudly co-hosted by the UNECA, the African Union Commission, and also IOM as the coordinator for the UN Network on Migration. My name is Shmuel Slavman. It's a great honor and privilege to be your master of ceremonies for the next 2 days. We do also have interpreters giving you live interpretation as the meeting goes. Thank you again. The channels for interpretation, channel 2 is for French and channel 3 is for English. We have a Wi-Fi password ECA. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates and honored guests, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you again to this distinguished gathering of high-level representatives of the UN Migration Network from the UNECA region. As we convene here today, we stand united in our commitment to effectively review the implementation of the GCM in Africa through fostering dialogue, collaboration, and innovation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first, please join me in congratulating the organizing partners, that is the UNECA, the AUC, and the IOM, for their successful launching of this second edition of Africa Review. Would you please congratulate them, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. I now call this grand conference to order, wishing you all a wonderful day today and inviting Mr. Said Adejumobi, Director for Strategic Planning, Oversight and Results Division at the UNECA, to moderate the two segments of the first session, which is the opening of the meeting. Mr. Adejumobi, the floor is yours, sir. Do please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. I would also like to join him in welcoming all of you to this meeting. Honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, representatives of regional and international organizations, representatives of civil society, and all other colleagues who are present at this meeting. At this opening ceremony, we'll be having the distinguished guests who will be speaking to us in terms of their perspectives on this meeting. First, we'll have Mr. Klaba Gatete, UN Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ECA, who will be speaking to us, giving us the welcome address. Then we'll have Ms. Amy Pope, Director General, International Organization for Migration and Coordinator of the United Nations Network on Migration. We will have Her Excellency Ambassador Minata Samata Sisoma, Commissioner for Health, Humanitarian Affairs, and Social Development of the African Union Commission, who will be addressing us. His Excellency Mr. Mohamed Rahman Soare, Minister of Employment, Labor, and Social Security from Sierra Leone and co-chair of the meeting. We will be having our chief host, the Minister of Justice of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, His Excellency Dr. Gideon Timotheus. And of course, we'll be having the co-chair, His Excellency Mr. Julie Moyo, the Minister of Public Service, Labor, and Social Welfare from the Republic of Zimbabwe, who will be taking us through the adoption of the agenda of the meeting. Let me also join the Master of Ceremony in saying a few words about this meeting. After the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, I'm informed that some country representatives, some delegates are seated at the back. I would like to welcome you to the front seat for you to sit on your designated country seats. There are seats for all member states. Please kindly come forward and sit on your assigned seats. The Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. The Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration, which was adopted, the regional commissions were given the responsibility by the General Assembly Resolution 73195 to follow up on the review of the implementation of the Global Compact within their respective regions with the participation of all stakeholders. The first regional review took place in September 2021, and today we are starting the second review process. Our major focus at this meeting, therefore, will center around looking at regional priorities and the gaps in the implementation of those priorities, the opportunities for regional cooperation on migration, the integration of the compact objectives into existing migration governance frameworks and the monitoring of regional progress and challenges. Undoubtedly, migration has been the driving force of civilization. But recently, we've had a lot of discourse and contestation around migration. And the UN Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration is to address all the challenges associated with that and to ensure that migration works for development. That migration has to be a positive force of history and should be a locomotive of human development. On that note, I would like to call our chief host of ECA to address us, Mr. Claver Gatete, UN Under Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the UNECA. Mr. Claver Gatete, you have the floor, please. Can we give him a round of applause, please?
Yeah, thank you so much, Said. Minister of Justice of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and the head of the National Partnership Coalition on Migration, and I would add the host of this event, honorable ministers, Minister of Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare from Zimbabwe, and the Minister of Employment, Labor and Social Security from Sierra Leone, who are also co-chairs of the meeting. Honorable ministers, many of them I saw so many from our member countries here present. Ambassador, my sister Aminata, who the Commission, the African Union Commission for Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development, African Union Commission, my sister Amy Pope, Director General of the International Organization for Migration and coordinator of the United Nations Network on Migration. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to address you as we commence the second regional review meeting of the implementation of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration in Africa. We meet today for a dual purpose: to address migration's challenges and to explore the opportunities to offers for Africa's transformation. Migration has historically been a catalyst for development, fueling economic growth, advancing innovation, and building modern states. However, for Africa to fully realize its benefits, we must actively address the barriers impeding its positive impact. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Africa's migration landscape is indeed complex, shaped by diverse factors, including financial constraints and the climate crisis, challenges that in many cases are not of the continent's making. Yet these challenges are straining national budgets, crowding out resources for essential expenditures, and exacerbating the difficulties of responding effectively. The consequences are clear. They include rising poverty levels, unemployment, and limited social protection measures, which are placing significant pressures on African countries and intensifying the push factors that lead to migration. While intra-African migration exceeds outward migration, the steady increase in Africans migrating to Europe, North America, and the Gulf is quite significant. Between 2010 and 2020, African migration surged from 20.3 million to 35.5 million, representing 14.5% of global migration. And with over 20% of Africa's population between the ages of 15 and 24, and youth unemployment at 60%, the continent faces significant gaps in opportunities for young people. However, we must also acknowledge the potential within Africa to develop homegrown solutions that can contribute to job creation, economic growth, and innovation. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, during our recent gathering at the United Nations, we adopted the Pact of the Future, a bold initiative aimed at unlocking vast opportunities for young people, including those related to migration. But the question before us remains, how do we make migration a dynamic force for sustainable development across the African continent? To do this, we must address the fundamentals, and I propose 5 key priorities for our consideration. First, we must prioritize the mutual recognition of skills and qualifications across African borders. The absence of recognition significantly hampers labor mobility and productivity. It is essential that African professionals, whether doctors, engineers, or educators, can seamlessly apply their expertise across the continent free from unnecessary bureaucratic constraints. This will unlock the full potential of our workforce and advance deeper regional integration. Second, social security systems across Africa must be reformed to allow the portability of benefits so that migrants do not lose access to benefits such as pensions and health care upon crossing the borders. Enabling migrants to carry their social protections with them is not just vital for their welfare, but also critical in recognizing their contributions to both their host and home countries. Third, the African Continental Free Trade Area presents a unique opportunity to address our continent's unemployment challenges and unlock human capital. Accelerating the CFTA's implementation will engender great labor mobility and support the economic ambitions beyond the movement of goods and services. Fourth, migration policies must integrate climate resilience, as climate-induced displacement is increasingly a reality for many in Africa, requiring robust frameworks to support affected individuals. We must develop standardized operational procedures for climate migrants to ensure their protection and safeguard their rights. Finally, Excellencies, stakeholder engagement and data-driven policymaking will be essential for effective migration management. Comprehensive migration data must be integrated into national censuses, and cross-border collaboration will be critical for harmonizing data collection and reporting. Excellencies, engaging diverse stakeholders like the delegates in this room, academic institutions, research bodies, and experts will deepen our understanding of migration trends and inform the design of policies that are grounded in evidence. I have no doubt that with intentional commitment of all stakeholders, we can turn migration into a catalyst for Africa's sustainable development. As I conclude, let me assure you that the Economic Commission for Africa remains committed to working with all our member states to support the creation of robust and coherent migration frameworks. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clever Gatete. I took note of the key messages that came out of his introductory remarks or welcome remarks to us. Migration must be a catalyst for economic growth and development. The narrative of migration should be a positive one that is able to support development across the world. And of course, he gave us 5 priorities that we need to look at: recognition of skills across borders, social security system that includes migrants, the CFTA providing an excellent opportunity for us to unlock entrepreneurship and open up opportunities for job creation on the African continent. Migration policies must include climate resilience, and stakeholder engagement and data are extremely important for us to be able to have maximum benefit from migration. On that note, I would like to call on our second speaker, Ms. Amy Pope, Director General, International Organization for Migration, and Coordinator of the United Nations Network on Migration. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning. It's a wonderful, wonderful day to be here with all of you together. And I want to first acknowledge my distinguished panelists, His Excellency Clever Gatete of the UNECA, Her Excellency Commissioner Minata Samete Susuma from the AU Commission, His Excellency Roman Soare from Sierra Leone, His Excellency Dr. Gideon Timotheus from Ethiopia, and of course, my good friend, His Excellency Mr. Jalai Moyo from Zimbabwe. It's wonderful to be here today with such distinguished, experienced champions for the work that we're doing around the world. Now, this is the second review of the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration since that compact was adopted 6 years ago. And I want to thank especially the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa and the AU Commission for being a partner in convening this review and a frank discussion in partnership with the UN Network on Migration. And of course, thank you to our hosts here in Ethiopia for welcoming all of us so warmly into this beautiful city. And I want to thank all of you who are here as part of this review. And of course, many who are not even in the room with us today, because we have been working for the last several years to turn this compact into a reality. At a meeting we held yesterday with the Commission, someone said, is the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration dead? And my initial reaction was, what? Dead? No, it's not dead. It is alive. And we need to resuscitate. We need to breathe life into it. And we need to make sure the world knows the work that is happening from the states in this room, including and especially the 15 Global Compact champion countries in Africa, which, by the way, are more champions than any other region in the world, to the regional and sub-regional organizations who have been working to breathe life into this compact, to the municipalities, to our partners within civil society, and to our many, many colleagues all across the network at every level, because we know you're working. We see what you're doing against great headwinds who would like us to believe that migration is a problem. When we all know, because we see it every single day, that migration, when it is part of national strategies, when it is part of planning, when it is built into every angle of our engagement within society, can be a powerful catalyst for change. It can be a powerful catalyst for development. So over the next 2 days, our job, working together with all of you here in this room, is to identify what's working. What are those practices that enable us to leverage the power of migration? And we need to acknowledge the challenges that exist, because we know there are real challenges that exist. But let's not stop too long on those challenges. Let's not get mired in admiring the problem. Let's look at how we accelerate solutions, because we know that there is a lot of work to do. We know that too many people continue to suffer because we have failed to build migration into our planning, into our strategy. And more importantly, we know that far too many people do not have the opportunities to achieve their full potential because we have not fully leveraged the power that is in migration. So as we do this work, I'd like to highlight 4 priorities. And I want to say there's a lot of good overlap with our good friend and partner in the UN ECA. But places where I think we need to focus our attention and drive progress. Now, the first one should come as no surprise to any of us who work on the issue of migration, and that is to save lives and to protect people who are on the move. Unfortunately, every single day we hear tragic stories of migrants who have suffered because they are taking an irregular migration route. They're risking their lives. They are dying within the Gulf. They're dying across the Mediterranean. They're dying within deserts. And those are just the ones we know about. We actually believe the number of people on the move who are dying as a result of their journey is far higher. We also know that far too many people are being exploited far too many people are being sexually abused. Far too many people are being held for ransom along the way. And this reality, which is really quite shocking, risks undermining everything else that we are trying to do in this space. It risks overshadowing the incredible gains that we are making elsewhere. And to move us further in the right direction, we expect that the Secretary General this December is going to propose some concrete actions in his report on the GCM that we will all have a vital role in implementing. But I just want to take a moment to acknowledge and to honor the dignity and the human lives that have been lost of the people who have not had a safe and regular journey to take. We also know that people are going to move because humans are a migratory species. The first stories of human civilization begin here on this continent. And what that tells us is that to move is to be human. Without the movement of people, we would not have the tremendous gains that we have. We would not have the development of our civilization. We would not have the existing prosperity and accomplishments that humans have seen across the world, across the centuries. And what we do know, and this brings me to my second priority, is that the more we can build safe and regular ways for people to move, the more we can reduce the risk of exploitation, the more we can capture the gains that can be found in the movement of people, the more we can protect labor rights, the more we can ensure fair labor standards, and the more we can connect people, goods, services, knowledge, and innovation. In Africa today, more than 85% of employed people work in the informal sector. And that is a place where movement is quite common and where movement is existing outside of traditional structures. So thinking about how we capture what's happening already, how we use what we know to be migratory patterns, how we strengthen labor migration frameworks, including through bilateral agreements so that we can safeguard migrant worker rights, will be essential to making progress here. And there are some really good examples that we need to highlight and call out. So one is here in East and Southern Africa, where interregional migration is already being driven by the demand for high and low-skilled workers. So the EAC Common Market Protocol provides for the free movement of labor, and it's driving progress on migration governance in this region. Another example, and this is something that Minister Moyo knows well, is in the Southern African development community, where the labor migration plan is facilitating the free movement of people and labor. And of course, the African Union's free movement protocol offers an important pathway forward, but unfortunately, only 4 countries have ratified it to date. There's tremendous power in the movement of people when it's used to leverage, to advance trade, when it's used to advance economic prosperity. So that brings me to my third priority, which is data. Because without knowing what the data is, without understanding where the opportunities exist, without understanding where the risks are, we are unable to put in place truly strategic plans. So getting that kind of data, disaggregating it by sex, by age, by migration status, that's essential. Now, we're really excited about the African Migration Observatory and the African Migration Data Network. These are important steps in that direction, but we need to make sure that those resources have the money, have the people, have the data coming in, so that information can be leveraged by all of us to drive progress. We also know that the data helps counter some of the very negative migration narratives. If you all are not already familiar with the World Bank's development report that was released last March,
There's tremendous data. Please have a look at it because it shows that migration is advancing economic prosperity around the world. It demonstrates in ways that you will not see when you turn on your TV at night that migration is a force for good. So using data to reshape these migration narratives, both in the countries that migrants are coming from, but also, and importantly, in the countries they're going to, is critical. And ultimately, we think the data shows that migration is not a major problem that we need to stop, but migration can be part of a solution to some of the challenges that the world is seeing today. And migration will be key to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. So that brings me to my fourth priority, and this involves every single one of us in this room. It is the need for cooperation at all levels. It goes without saying that no government is able to manage migration, is able to leverage the power of migration by itself. It must partner with other governments. But it's not just governments. It's the private sector. It's civil society. It's community leaders. It's academics who are studying what's working and what's not working. It's a range of actors across all levels of society, the true 360-degree approach to migration that is going to be the key to success. Because we believe so much in the importance of this coordination and importance of this collaboration, we at the UN Network have provided 3 tools that I want you to take advantage of. Number 1 is technical assistance, making sure that we have the capacity to support partners who are integrating the compact into national strategies and national planning. And that's working right now with 4 states on the continent, but take advantage of that resource. The second is a hub, because frankly, there are lots of fantastic practices that are already in play all around the world, frankly, all around the continent. And within the hub, we are collecting that information, and it is available to you to search, to pull out what will work for your communities, and to learn from what may not have worked in the past. So use this resource, benefit from the lessons that have been learned by those who have already tried and succeeded in integrating migration into their planning. And the third, it's about the money. It's the Migration Multi-Partner Trust Fund. Now, the trust fund is the only common fund that has been put in place by the UN General Assembly. It is the only fund that exists that is focused on working across partner agencies, on working across governments, so that we can integrate the Global Compact for Migration into the work we're doing every single day. It's currently financing 8 initiatives here in Africa, and there are 9 more in the pipeline. Now, I'm not going to lie, that fund does not have all the resources we need to fund all the great ideas are out there. So let's be vocal about that. Let's advocate for the resources so that we can be sure that we are supporting those initiatives that are coming up from communities around the continent. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues, our discussions here today matter. Our discussions here today will inform the work that happens on the ground, and I will use these conversations to brief the General Assembly this December, which will inform the International Migration Review Forum in 2026. And frankly, what we do over the next 2 days is going to help us chart a way forward, where we can truly maximize the tremendous human potential that exists across this continent, the tremendous human potential that will be found at the young people who are coming up all across this continent and who will be the engines for economic growth, who will be the engines for development. So I want to thank you for what I know will be constructive and productive discussions, and to commit to you that the UN Network on Migration, in partnership with our colleagues on the stage and within the UN, will be with you every step of the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that makes the point very powerfully. Migrants' rights are human rights. I think we all agree with that, that migrant rights are human rights. Join me once again in thanking, giving a round of applause to Ms. Amy Pope again. In an important sense, our key messages resonate very strongly with the points raised by Mr. Claver Gatete, and which he admonishes us to move beyond migration phobia, to what I call migration optimism. We need to move beyond migration phobia and see migration as a powerful catalyst of change and development if we mainstream it in our national strategies and policies. Migration is advancing economic prosperity around the world, and to move is to be human. To move is to be human. It is a natural phenomenon. The history of human beings and human civilization is about movement. At some point or the other, we've all been migrants. That's the reality. At some point or the other, in terms of our history, we've all been migrants. So we must see migration as a positive force of change in the world, rather than criminalizing migration. Migration should not be criminalized. And the 4 points that she raised, they reinforce very strongly the points raised by Mr. Claver Gatete, the issue of data, the issue of cooperation, collaboration, and partnership, and the point she raised on saving lives. We must protect people who are on the move. I think that's extremely important. And that resonates with our Ubuntu philosophy in Africa. You are because I am. Our faith and future are interlinked. That's the storyline of migration. On that note, I'll call on the next speaker, Her Excellency Ambassador Minata Samata Susuma, the Commissioner for Health, Humanitarian Affairs, and Social Development of the African Union Commission. Please join me in welcoming her.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Sénateur. Je vais aller en français. Je sais qu'il y a des frères et sœurs qui ne peuvent pas se débrouiller en français. Je demande peut-être que vous puissiez prendre, comment dirais-je, les appareils pour pouvoir écouter. Je suis tellement émerveillé de voir ces honorables ministres que je salue, les honorables ministres de Sierra Leone, Éthiopie, Zimbabwe, et d'autres ministres qui sont dans la salle que je salue, particulièrement le ministre qui nous accueille, le ministre de la République fédérale démocratique d'Éthiopie. Je tiens à saluer et à dire merci. Merci à une amie. Merci à une personne qui porte l'Afrique dans son cœur. Je vous demande d'applaudir pour la directrice générale Amy Pope, qui est vraiment engagée. Je l'ai écoutée, j'ai écouté Gatete, ce que peut-être qu'elle va vous le dire. L'Afrique a été une priorité pour la directrice générale. Lorsqu'elle a pris fonction, sa première visite, c'était ici, en Afrique, à la Commission de l'Union africaine. Et également, une des priorités de la directrice générale, c'est aussi de faire quelque chose pour changer la situation sur le continent avec les bureaux. L'Afrique est le seul continent où on a trois bureaux de représentation de l'OIM. Merci beaucoup, Amy, pour cet engagement. Je tiens à dire que c'est un honneur pour moi, de me joindre à vous aujourd'hui à l'occasion de la deuxième régionale d'examen de la mise en œuvre du pacte mondial sur les migrations que nous voulons sûre, ordonnée et régulière sur le continent africain. Je tiens à dire merci aux honorables ministres qui sont au podium. Mon frère Gatete, je vous ai écouté. Je ne reviendrai pas dans mon discours sur certaines priorités. Vous l'avez dit. Merci beaucoup à l'OEA et à l'OIM. Ce sont des priorités que l'Union africaine aussi partage. Je tiens à saluer aussi, il y a beaucoup d'ambassadeurs qui sont dans la salle, de distinguées personnalités, les organisations de la société civile et tous ceux qui sont avec nous pour assister aux différentes réunions les jours à venir. Je le dis au nom du président Moussa Faki Mahamat, qui n'est pas actuellement à Addis Abeba et qui souhaite de fructueuses délibérations. Je souhaite dire que lorsque je vois la salle qui est pleine, c'est dire que vous tous ici, votre présence témoigne de votre engagement à faire progresser les questions de la gouvernance des migrations sur le continent africain, surtout en œuvrant à la mise en œuvre du pacte mondial. Je ne peux m'empêcher de saluer le travail qui a été fait pour cette mise en œuvre, parce que c'est un engagement avec une approche commune, aussi bien sur le continent africain que dans le monde sur les migrations internationales. L'Afrique a connu, et je ne vous apprends rien, par le passé, nous avons connu des mouvements migratoires. Certains de ces mouvements étaient volontaires et d'autres étaient forcés. Et d'ailleurs, la migration, mes prédécesseurs l'ont dit, l'Afrique a toujours été un continent où on bouge beaucoup. Lorsque vous nous prenez tous, rares sont les Africains qui n'ont pas traversé au moins une fois la frontière du pays voisin pour se retrouver là-bas. C'est dire que ce phénomène est vraiment normal. C'est pour cela justement que l'Union africaine, avec ses États membres et nos communautés économiques régionales, en collaboration avec excusez, en collaboration avec la CEA, nous avons travaillé activement justement pour l'adoption de ce compact mondial. C'est un outil important. Déjà, vous l'avez, si cet outil n'existait pas, il fallait vraiment travailler pour avoir le compact mondial sur les migrations. Nous, à notre niveau, nous avons été nous avons été encouragés par les aspirations. Nos pères, les pères fondateurs de l'OUA et de l'Union africaine avaient cela à l'esprit. Nous avons notre agenda 2063 et la position commune, et cela nous a permis justement de prendre en compte les préoccupations lors des négociations sur ce pacte. Les causes, je n'insisterai pas là-dessus, les causes sont connues également. La recherche de travail décent, un bien-être pour nos populations. Et aujourd'hui, on a les changements climatiques avec les catastrophes qui malheureusement font déplacer beaucoup de personnes, et je n'oublierai pas les conflits et autres crises sur le continent. Nous avons une forte proportion des jeunes, c'est normal, mais cela est également triste parce que nous perdons la crème de la crème qui doit bâtir cette Afrique que nous voulons. Et aujourd'hui, on assiste aussi à une féminisation croissante de la migration sur le continent, malheureusement, et cela a été dit par mes préopinants, malheureusement avec une croissante violation des droits de ces migrants et surtout des disparitions, des trafics d'organes de migrants et pour dire des réseaux mafieux que je qualifie, je pèse bien le mot mafieux, se sont menés et nous avons ces migrations irrégulières. Mesdames et messieurs, je ne répéterai pas ce que mon frère Gatete a dit et également la directrice générale. Je voudrais m'apaisantir sur ce que nous avons fait en tant qu'Union africaine pour mettre en œuvre justement le compact mondial. Nous avons adopté plusieurs instruments juridiques. Nous les mettons à la disposition de nos États membres qui doivent s'en approprier, les mettre en œuvre pour nous permettre de trouver une solution aux défis migratoires sur le continent africain. J'ai beaucoup aimé une des priorités, je voudrais insister là-dessus, la libre circulation des personnes et des biens. Ce dossier, je l'ai porté lorsque j'étais commissaire aux affaires politiques. Je suis en train de finir mon mandat et rien n'a bougé. Depuis l'adoption de ce protocole sur la libre circulation, vous l'avez dit, uniquement 4 pays. C'est très triste. Comment nous pouvons bâtir cette Afrique que nous voulons? On parle de zone de libre-échange. Est-ce que les marchandises vont se déplacer? On les met dans les camions, on dit marchandises, il faut partir. Non, il nous faut trouver une solution. Je profite de ce micro pour m'adresser à nos États membres, les États membres de l'Union africaine, pour que quelque chose puisse être fait, pour qu'on puisse avoir les 15 ratifications afin que ce protocole puisse entrer en vigueur. Je suis très triste, mais quand même un peu optimiste. Il y en a beaucoup de pays qui n'ont pas encore franchi le pas de la ratification, mais qui permettent quand même cette libre circulation avec les visas à l'aéroport. Et tout dernièrement, il y a beaucoup de pays, on a au moins une dizaine de pays qui sont dans cette dynamique. La peur, c'est les questions sécuritaires, mais l'OIM nous avait aidés pour étudier ces questions avec d'autres institutions pour dire on peut avoir la sécurité et également avoir la libre circulation des personnes et des biens. Nous avons aussi achevé l'élaboration d'un projet de plan d'action quinquennal pour la mise en œuvre du pacte mondial sur les questions migratoires qui a été, nous avons finalisé le processus et ce document, nous pensons, sera adopté au prochain comité technique spécialisé que nous envisageons de tenir en décembre. Ce plan d'action servira de cadre harmonisé pour guider nos efforts au cours des 5 prochaines années. Une fois adopté, il s'agira d'un outil pour le suivi et l'évaluation de nos résultats et ce qui va rester à faire. Je souhaite aussi rappeler que dans le cadre de la première réunion, nous vous avons informé, la commissaire qui était là à l'époque, vous avez informé de la création de centres. Nous avons, pour mettre en œuvre justement ce compact, nous avons créé 3 centres. Un centre à Khartoum, au Mali, et le 3e centre à Rabat. Je suis heureuse de vous informer que ces centres sont opérationnels aujourd'hui. Nous avons certaines difficultés, mais ces centres sont déjà opérationnels et nous avons dans la salle les différents responsables de ces centres. Nous avons aussi une institution qui s'occupe des questions de transfert de fonds, l'Institut pour les transferts de fonds à Nairobi, qui joue également un rôle parce que la diaspora, ce que la diaspora apporte au continent est vraiment important et nous avons une institution aussi dans ce sens. Nous avons besoin du soutien de nos partenaires comme l'OIM, la CIA et d'autres partenaires présents ici dans la salle si nous voulons vraiment que ces centres puissent jouer leur rôle. Nous avons également œuvré parce que les questions de migration sont tellement importantes. Il faut que nos chefs d'État, nos organes délibérants puissent s'en approprier. Nous nous sommes battus pour que les ambassadeurs, sans cela, je les remercie, ils sont dans la salle, plusieurs d'entre eux. Il y a un sous-comité qui s'occupe des questions de réfugiés, personnes déplacées, internes et rapatriées. On ajoute aujourd'hui les migrations. C'est dire que nous avons conscience de ce phénomène, mais il faut que nos leaders, nos responsables s'en approprient. Il faut que quelque chose soit fait par nos États membres. En termes de financement aussi, la DG l'a dit, nous avons besoin d'argent pour gérer toutes ces questions. C'est en cela que c'est important que ces centres puissent être soutenus et ce sous-comité aussi. C'est en cela aussi que je salue le travail de Sa Majesté le roi Mohamed VI du Maroc, qui est le champion sur les questions de migration. Ce que je viens de donner, la liste n'est pas exhaustive. Nous avons d'autres projets et programmes et je ne vais pas m'étaler sur cela parce que on a des priorités. Ce qui a été fait, mais nos priorités, comme mentionné par Gatete et également par la DG, cela est important. Nous devons collaborer ensemble sur ces domaines prioritaires afin de nous permettre d'avoir une bonne gouvernance des migrations. Nous nous réunissons, cela est important. Et on ne doit pas oublier qu'il y a certains facteurs aussi qui sont cause de migration. Les changements climatiques, comme on l'a dit, les conflits, il nous faut aussi trouver des solutions durables à ces différentes difficultés. Nous devons également garder à l'esprit, et mes préopinants l'ont dit, les migrations sont une opportunité pour le continent africain, les pays d'origine, parfois les pays de transport, parfois ceux qui transitent restent pour travailler, apportent quelque chose et les pays de destination. L'Union africaine, lorsque je regarde ce qui se passe aujourd'hui, nous dénonçons cette violation des droits des migrants que nous voyons dans certains pays. Je ne les citerai pas, mais il y a des violations des droits de ces migrants et cela n'est pas normal. Je lance un appel à tous ceux qui le font. Et en tout cas, on parle de réseau, mais également parfois nos États aussi créent certaines difficultés, peut-être pas de manière volontaire. Il y a des problèmes, nous les admettons, mais rien ne doit expliquer la violation des droits des migrants, que ce soit des migrants légaux ou des migrants irréguliers. Cela n'est pas normal. C'est ça même aussi l'essence du pacte mondial pour les migrations. Toutes les vies comptent et rien ne saurait expliquer une violation des droits de ces migrants. Je ne reviendrai pas là-dessus, cela a été dit. Pour conclure, je souhaite réitérer l'engagement de la Commission de l'Union africaine à soutenir les États membres, les communautés économiques régionales que je salue, qui sont également avec nous, nos partenaires, l'OIM, la CEIA et d'autres qui sont dans la salle pour cette collaboration que nous avons. Et cette collaboration doit être renforcée si nous voulons atteindre nos objectifs. Et je remercie également nos équipes qui ont travaillé ensemble. Je les ai vues, les équipes de l'OIM avec Madame Cissé, l'équipe de l'Union africaine, de la CEA. C'est eux qui nous permettent d'être ici aujourd'hui. Je les salue pour cette bonne organisation et je nous souhaite de fructueuses délibérations. Et en tant que commissaire en charge de l'Union africaine, j'attends particulièrement avec impatience le rapport qui sera issu de cette réunion. Ce rapport pourra me servir pour rendre compte pour la réunion du sous-comité qui va parler des questions de migration et amener ces recommandations sur la table des chefs d'État et de gouvernement lors du prochain sommet. Merci à l'OIM et à la CEA et d'autres partenaires. C'est un tandem que nous avons. Merci de nous avoir permis de faire cette évaluation qui pourra me servir en février prochain. Merci beaucoup.
Please join me in thanking Her Excellency Ambassador Minata Samata Sisuma for our leadership on regional initiatives, policies, and frameworks towards the implementation of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. Another round of applause for her, please. I think she reinforced the comments, the remarks made by Mr. Claver Gatete and Ms. Ame Pope. But a powerful message for me in her intervention was that We cannot have free trade without free citizens. Africans must be able to move across the continent. How do we consummate the African continental free trade area without free citizens? It's impossible. And that's why our honorable ministers here present, I think we have to give this due consideration. Our citizens must be free to move around and live wherever they want to live across the continent. There are challenges, obviously. We may be talking about security challenges. We may be talking about employment opportunities for local citizens, but those are things we can collectively address. We cannot have free trade without free citizens. For me, that's a very powerful message. We'll move on to the next speaker. That would be His Excellency, Mr. Mohammed Rahman Soare, Minister of Employment, Labor, and Social Security of the Republic of Sierra Leone and co-chair of this meeting. Honorable Minister, you have the floor, please.
Under Secretary General and Executive Secretary, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Director General, International Organization for Migration and Coordinator of the United Nations Network on Migration, Madam Amy Pope, Your Excellency, Commissioner for Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development, African Union Commission, Honorable Minister of Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare of Zimbabwe, my good old friend, Mr. Moyo, who is co-chairing this occasion with me, and my dear brother and host, the Minister from the National Government of Ethiopia. It's quite a pleasure being here. All protocols observed. I bring you warm greetings from the government and people of Sierra Leone. I would like to express my profound appreciation to our host, Ethiopia, and to the organizers, the International Organization for Migration, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and the African Union Commission, for the warm welcome extended to us since our arrival here in Addis Ababa. As we all know, the Global Compact on Migration is a landmark intergovernmentally negotiated agreement, holistic and comprehensive, covering all dimensions of international migration, prepared under the auspices of the United Nations. The GCM presents a significant opportunity to improve migration governance, address the challenges of contemporary migration, and harness its contributions to sustainable development. Since its endorsement by the UN General Assembly in December 2018, periodic regional reviews like this one help us reflect on progress and challenges. I'm honored to co-chair this important event alongside the government of Zimbabwe. Over the years, Sierra Leone has actively engaged with stakeholders on GCM objectives. With the support of the International Organization for Migration, we have implemented several key initiatives. Since 2018, we have developed a labor migration policy, which is currently under review, and launched the National Migration Policy in 2022, as well as the National Action Plan Against Trafficking in Persons. In December 2023, Sierra Leone was recognized as one of the GCM champion countries. As a champion country, we are committed to sharing key insights, lessons learned, and positive practices with other member states. There are currently 35 champion countries globally, including 9 in West and Central Africa. The political will and high-level commitment from my government to address migration challenges are resolute. Our National Medium-Term Development Plan 2024 to 2030 fully integrates migration-related realities, such as irregular migration, reintegration, human trafficking, climate change, and youth empowerment into that framework document. Sierra Leone's medium-term national development plan underscores the need to work together on the implementation of the 23 objectives of the GCM based on the whole of society and whole of government approaches, and in close collaboration with the IOM and the UN family at large. In this regard, the government of Sierra Leone, with support from the IOM, has had several dialogue sessions on GCM implementation. We are fully committed to developing a dedicated GCM action plan following the great examples set by other African states. We welcome your support in this regard. One of the key priorities for my ministry is labor migration. Labor migration has greatly benefited not only our migrants and their families, but also our economy, as well as economies of countries where citizens work, particularly in the Gulf and Middle East. Due to the complex nature of migration, governments all over the world, particularly in Africa, are making tremendous efforts to ensure that migration is well managed to maximize potential benefits while mitigating its negative impacts. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to briefly highlight the key achievements and priorities of the government of Sierra Leone, which is led by my ministry in this regard. Regular pathways, GCM Objective 5. In view of the importance of labor migration, our government enacted the Overseas Employment and Migrant Workers Act of 2023 to facilitate safe, legal, and dignified migration. This act addresses vulnerabilities and facilitates labor mobility and decent work, filling gaps in demographic and market realities. It will also significantly reduce risk and facilitate access to basic services. My ministry has also issued 26 licenses to private employment agencies to carry out legal recruitment in the country. These agencies have deployed over thousands of Sierra Leoneans to various countries such as Qatar, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates, Abu Dhabi, and Dubai, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in different capacities. Similarly, through one of our licensed agencies, SOS Global Investment Sierra Leone, several Sierra Leoneans have enrolled in the work-study program in various universities in the United States to pursue master's degrees in fields such as mining, engineering, cybersecurity, and biotechnology. We are committed to reviewing recruitment mechanisms to guarantee they are fair and ethical, protecting all migrant workers from exploitation and abuse. Our goal is to ensure decent work and maximize the socio-economic contributions of migrants in both their countries and origin and destination countries. Reducing vulnerabilities, GCM Objective 7. Migrants often face vulnerabilities such as human trafficking and inadequate protection. I'm glad to inform you that Sierra Leone is working to reduce this risk by ensuring migration is safe and dignified. Addressing trafficking in persons is a key component of the migration management process. Sierra Leone has launched a Victims Assistance Fund, and the Human Trafficking Secretariat leads our national response. We continue to work with partners to combat this heinous crime. International cooperation. No state can address migration challenges alone. That is why Sierra Leone has ratified several international instruments on labor migration, including Migration for Employment Convention, 1949, number 097, Migrant Workers Convention, 1975, number 143, Private Employment Agencies Convention, 1997, number 181, and Domestic Workers Convention, 2011, number 189. We have also signed MOUs and bilateral labor agreements with several countries like the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, and a draft is in the working for signature with Oman. And we are exploring similar engagements with Turkey and other countries around the world. In recent years, Sierra Leoneans have faced the harsh realities of irregular migration, including family disruptions, gender-based violence, and mental health challenges. With the support of IOM, over 6,000 Sierra Leoneans, including children, have been voluntarily returned from countries such as Niger, Lebanon, and Algeria. The current situation of stranded female migrants in Lebanon is of great concern to my government. The deteriorating security situation in Lebanon has left our citizens increasingly vulnerable and in precarious conditions. These women are crying out for help. It's our moral and humanitarian duty to respond urgently to these pleas. We call upon GCM countries and our development partners to stand in solidarity with Sierra Leone and offer the necessary support to evacuate our citizens swiftly and safely. This is not just a Sierra Leonean issue. It's a collective responsibility to protect the dignity, rights, and safety of all migrants, especially those trapped in dangerous circumstances. Let us act now before the situation worsens. You remember, migrant rights are human rights. I've also listened to other speakers before me raise issues around the African Continental Free Trade Area. and I wish to make a few comments in that regard. Often, we have the right policies, but implementation lags behind. It's current. Often we have the policies, but implementation lags behind. It's crucial that migration policies are clearly communicated to border agents so that their actions align with policymakers' objectives. Unfortunately, 2 members of the Sierra Leone delegation were denied entry due to visa restrictions. While this may not reflect Ethiopia's policies, it highlights the need for better coordination. Excellencies, effective migration governance unlocks the tremendous potential of migration while mitigating its negative impacts. Goal 10 of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development urges us to protect orderly, safe, regular, and responsible migration. As we deliberate today, let us commit to strengthening our cooperation at national, regional, and global levels. Migration, when well managed, is a powerful force for good, an enabler of growth, development, and prosperity. Let us work together to fully realize the potential of global compact for migration, ensuring that no one is left behind. I thank you all. Thank you.
Can we give Honorable Minister another round of applause, please? We'd like to thank Sierra Leone for the work that you are doing on ensuring that migration policies are integrated in your national strategies. We'll move on to the keynote remarks and the formal opening of this meeting by His Excellency Dr. Gideon Timotheus, Minister of Justice, Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Honorable Minister, you're welcome.
Morning, everyone. Your Excellency, Mr. Mohamed Rahman Swere, Sierra Leone Minister of Employment, Labor, and Social Security, and co-chair of this meeting. Your Excellency, Ambassador Minata Samante Sesuma, AU Commissioner for Health, Humanitarian Affairs, and Social Development. Ms. Amy Pope, Director General, International Organization for Migration and coordinator of the UN Network on Migration. With the adoption of this first global document on migration, member states have committed to promoting the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Since Africa is a hub for dynamic and complex human mobility characterized by mixed and irregular migration. The GCM offers an important opportunity for member states to address all aspects of their migration governance in a comprehensive manner. Ethiopia, as a source, transit, and destination country for migrants, played a key role in the GCM process from its inception throughout its development and adoption. Ethiopia formally launched the implementation of GCM in 2019. In the same year, the government of Ethiopia identified priorities from the 23 objectives of the GCM and selected 10 priority objectives in line with its national priorities to accelerate progress in the implementation of the compact. This was followed up with actual implementation through mainstreaming the priorities into national policies and programs in conjunction with SDGs. In 2020, Ethiopia became the first champion country of the GCM in the Horn of Africa region. Ethiopia has also participated in various regional and global review platforms of the GCM. These platforms have enabled Ethiopia to exchange insights, lessons learned, and best practices with other countries that are part of this framework. The platforms have also helped us promote effective implementation, follow-up, and review mechanisms. To this end, Ethiopia produced its first national voluntary report in 2020. With the mainstreaming of the identified priorities of the GCM, Ethiopia has taken significant steps in its implementation and achieved notable progress in all aspects of migration governance. The government is taking key measures in terms of strengthening policy, legal, and institutional frameworks for the implementation of the compact. In particular, the government of Ethiopia has shown its strong commitment, among other things, through the statutory establishment of a whole government and society approach platform led by our Deputy Prime Minister. Building upon what has been done so far, the government of Ethiopia intends to revisit and redefine its priority objectives, taking into account contemporary challenges and migration realities. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I believe this second regional review meeting will provide participant nations and other stakeholders an opportunity to assess the implementation of the compact and share experiences with respect to approaches, priorities, good practices, and common challenges. Notably, member states could take this exercise as a good opportunity as they prepare for the upcoming global review platform, which is the International Migration Review Forum. Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to express my thanks to all our partners, particularly IOM, for their unwavering support for Ethiopia in the implementation of the GCM. Finally, I would also like to thank IOM and UNECA for organizing this important continental review meeting and for choosing Addis Ababa to host this event. Once again, I would like to welcome you all, and I wish you a joyful and productive stay here in Addis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, His Excellency Dr. Gideon Timatos. We've come to the end of the proceedings of the opening ceremony. My name is Saeed Adejumobi. I'm the Director of Strategic Planning, Oversight and Results at United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. But before we close the opening session, I would like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Julie Moyo, the Minister of Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare of the Republic of Zimbabwe, to take us through the adoption of the agenda of this meeting. Honorable Minister, you have the floor, please. Can we give him a round of applause, please?
Thank you, our moderator, for this session, our opening session. Your Excellency, the Minister of Justice of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, my co-chair, Minister of Sierra Leone, Mr. Sware, distinguished representatives of our continental bodies of the AU and ECA, our regional representatives gathered here, Your Excellencies, the distinguished guests who are here from civil society, from social partners of business and labor, all those who are gathered here from the media, we have come to a session where we want to make it formal. And to make it formal, I ask you, the provisional program of the GCM, Regional Review for Africa, which reflects the structure of the meeting. The provincial program is available on the UN network on migration website. You will find a QR code on the screen behind me. If you can scan this with your phones, you will be redirected to the agenda. Are there any comments on the agenda? I see none. I see none. The agenda is adopted. Before concluding the opening session, I have a number of housekeeping rules. Number one, the meeting secretariat has set up a desk in front of the room where delegates can request to be added to the speakers list for the different sessions. Please use it so that we expedite our work. Number two, after this opening session, there will be a 30-minute break. Coffee and tea will be served outside. The meeting will resume at 10:30. And let's make it non-African, at 10:30 sharp, with a high-level panel discussion on regular pathways, hosted by our Director General of IOM, Madam Amy Pope. That should be clear. I hereby conclude this opening session and we will proceed with a 30-minute break. And as I was looking at you from this far, you were very serious. Let's continue with this seriousness, but with smiles. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. With this, we've come to the end of the opening ceremony. Please join me once again in giving our distinguished guest a round of applause, please. In terms of order of protocol in getting out, we will invite our distinguished guests to kindly file out. Okay, there'll be group photograph. We have it here, right? Okay, there'll be group photograph here.
And for my part, thank you very much, Mr. Saeed Adejumobi, Director for Strategic Planning, Oversight and Results Division, UNECA, for successfully moderating this grand opening ceremony. Would you give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. Now attending a group photo by this high-level speakers. Thank you all very much. And thank you very much. And a quick round of the announcements made. Those of you who would like to be included in the speakers list, would you please register at the Secretariat desk before you leave the room? You see them right at the gate. And time, as you have noticed rightly, has really flown. So would you please make that 15 minutes? Coffee, tea will be served as you just go out on the right, on the main lobby of the same building. 15 minutes would be very good, ladies and gentlemen. Be experienced with that. When we come back, we also have another high-level panel to be moderated by IOM on the topic of regular pathways for migration. Enjoy your coffee, tea. Be back in about 15 minutes, ideally 11:05 local time. Thank you very much for your indulgence in advance.
Test one and resource. Test and resource. Test one and resource. ትንሽ ድምፅ አንድ ሁለት ሶስት ቴስት ዋን ቴስት አንድ ሁለት ሶስት አንድ ሁለት ሶስት አንድ ሁለት ሶስት ሙከራ አንድ ሁለት ሶስት ቴስት ዋን አንድ አሪፍ ነው። ዋን አንድ ሁለት ሶስት አንድ ሁለት ሶስት ቴስት አንድ ቴስት አንድ ሁለት ሶስት አንድ ሁለት ሶስት ቴስት
Hello?
Yes.
Honorable ladies and gentlemen, our break has ended now. It's time to proceed to the next session. Would you please make it back to the hall? Kindly, please return to the main hall so we proceed with the remaining session. Our time has hugely pushed forward already. Would you please come in and join us for the next session coming up on the high level discussion for the after coffee session, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, session 2 is about to resume. Would you please make it back to the main hall? Honorable ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, session 2 is about to start in just a moment. Would you please take your seats so we start? And our time has already been pushed. We want to go for lunch really in good time. So would you please come back and take your seats? Thank you again.
En photographie avec le carton de notre pays. J'ai pensé tout à l'heure, mais comme tout le monde est ok.
Excellencies, honorable ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, thank you very much once again and welcome back to the after break session. I hope you had a good time during the break. Our time, we are behind schedule only by 1 hour as it stands. So in the interest of time, I think we should start. We're still waiting a couple of panelists. Hopefully they will join us in due course. Okay, one has just joined us, madam. Thank you. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce the moderator of this session and leave the floor for the panel discussion. In this session, we have a high-level panel discussion on regular pathways for migration. The moderator of this session will take to moderate this important milestone as we go ahead. So I'm going to leave the floor to Catalina Devandas, Representative of the Director General and Senior Director for the Office of Partnership, Advocacy and Communication at the IOM. So without any further ado, I'll leave the floor to Ms. Catalina Devandas. Would you please welcome her and the team of this panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Thank you very much. Catalina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I hope that the break was productive and you're networking, as I think this is also an outcome of these kind of events. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to moderate this important high-level panel on regular pathways for migration, and to be joined here by this distinguished panel that is with us. We have with us Her Excellency Madame Esther Davinia Anyakun, who is the Minister of State for Labor, Employment and Industrial Relationships in Uganda. Thank you for joining us. We also have His Excellency Mr. Julai Mojo, Minister of Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare of the Government of Zimbabwe, and thank you very much for joining us. We have Mr. Abebe Haile, the Executive Director of the Confederation of Ethiopian Employers Federations, and Dr. Mamadou Dianbalde from our sister organization, UNHCR, Regional Director for the East and Horn Africa and Great Lakes. Thanks all for joining us. I would like to start this panel by giving the floor to Director General Amy Pope in her role as the coordinator of the network to set the scene and frame the discussion of this panel. Director General.
So first of all, welcome back. And I appreciate that all of you are joining us in this important conversation. And I just want to thank the panel who is bringing their wisdom, their expertise, and frankly, their championship of this issue to the work that we're doing. We know the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration acknowledges the importance of migration as a tool for development. And we know that we will not achieve things like the Sustainable Development Goals. We will not achieve the African Union's 2063 agenda without having migration. Now, to make sure that migration really leverages the human capacity and does not fuel exploitation, does not fuel the decline in labor rights and protections, it's absolutely critical that we build out safe and regular pathways for people. And importantly, what we see as one of the tremendous values of having regular pathways is that we begin to recognize people as people. We move away from the label of migrant or refugee. We move away from defining somebody by what is often a very, very vulnerable moment in time. And we look for ways to empower them. We look for ways to integrate them into the local communities who are hosting them. And we're looking for ways to capitalize on the tremendous human capacity that they're bringing to the table. So this is really at the heart of what it means to change the narrative on migration. Now, the good news of what we're seeing here in Africa is that Africa has an incredible demographic advantage over the rest of the world. A full 40% of the 1.4 billion people today across the continent are under 15. And we know, because we talk to them all the time, these young people are eager to succeed. They are looking for opportunities. And they're looking for opportunities first at home. But if there aren't opportunities at home, they're going to look elsewhere. And so how do we build out pathways for people to move safely? How do we then enable the movement of people so that it fuels the development needs that might exist back home? That's the question that's on the table. Now, what we also know is that according to the World Bank report, and I know we have the World Bank in the room with us today, there are 26 African countries that have graduated to middle income level due to the sustained growth of their economies since 2012. That means that the opportunities that exist around the continent are rich. And the question for all of us is, how do we build out those opportunities so that we can ensure that we are not leaving people behind, even as we're seeing incredible advancements across economies here on the continent? So I'm going to stop talking because what I really want to do is hear from our panelists, but we see this tremendous potential in the question of how we operationalize, how we implement safe and regular pathways as a central tenet of achieving the objectives under the Global Compact for Migration.
Thank you very much, Director General, for helping us setting the frame for this discussion. And I think, as has been mentioned, this high-level panel is meant to explore the value and the importance of regular pathways and how we can enhance and expand them in the scope of the Global Compact on Migration. Every regional review that it's taking place is hosting this same type of panel. The main objective of these discussions is to help shape the next International Migration Review Forum in 2026. So we are looking forward to hear your ideas on this. And to frame our conversation today, we have prepared four questions for our panelists and for our audience to consider as you reflect on how to move forward with regular pathways for migrations. These four questions focus on what are the main elements in the development of right-based regular pathways for migrations. What elements do we need to be reflecting on? What partnerships do governments need to set up in developing these regular pathways? And what are the main opportunities as well as challenges in development right-based regular pathways and in enhancing their flexibility and availability? And finally, what are the good practices in Africa, in this continent, and how could those practices serve for cross-regional learning? With that, I would like to start by giving the floor by Madame Esther Davinia Anyakun, Minister of State for Labor, Employment and Industrial Relationships of Uganda. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. First of all, before I respond to the question, I want the congregation to join my country. Today is our 62nd Independence Day in Uganda. So we are celebrating here at Addis Ababa. I want to begin with in developing the right-based regular pathways. The entire spectrum of migration must be active so that no one is left behind. It helps to achieve our collective commitments in the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration. That deliberates inclusion of safe, orderly, and regular migration. In Uganda, the main pathway to migrations are active through regulations, labor, education, humanitarian, and family unification. And we have the four components of human rights-based approaches. And one of them is participation and inclusion, non-discrimination and equality, accountability and collaboration, partnership and networking. In terms of participation and inclusion, there is no restrictive law or policy that hinders any citizen or whoever enters Uganda and only to be associated but participate in the socioeconomic and well-being in the country. And this is evidenced with the large community of the 1.7 million refugees and migrants in my country, in Uganda. The government of Uganda has also made significant strides in ensuring that migration data is integrated into our national development plan, which is also reflected in our 2024 census. The Uganda Democratic Health Survey, and this data allows us to help the policies that reflect the needs of migrants and refugees, ensuring their inclusion in our national strategy.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Minister, and congratulations on the National Day of Uganda. Thank you very much for your contribution. And with that, I would like to give the floor then to His Excellency, Mr. July Moyo, Minister of Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare of Zimbabwe. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, moderator, for this session. I think it's important that as we talk about migration, we want to contribute to reducing risks that Amy Pope has talked about, which is gender-based violence, abuse, exploitation, and exclusion, and ensure the protection of their human rights, including labor rights, decent work, and social protection. And this is something that we believe the African Union and our regional organizations, which are represented, AMO, SADC, ECOWAS, and IGAD, could also start working on. Certainly, we need to set up a legal framework, and this legal framework should adhere to international conventions and sub-regional and national labor standards on the protection of migrant workers. Member states should strive to ensure that decent work for African migrant workers in countries of origin and countries of destination, and facilitate the mechanisms through mutual recognition of skills and qualifications. I think it's important that we start discussing on these issues. Then we have bilateral agreements. I think these are important. We need to have negotiated bilateral agreements so that we can protect our people. Somebody talked about portable pension schemes. These portable pension schemes can only occur if you have bilateral agreements or if you have regional agreements, and ultimately if we have continental agreements on portable pension schemes, because people can work in other countries, and when they come back home and they have no pension, what we call post-labor market systems collapse. And this is what we need to work on. Government needs to improve ethical recruitment processes, working in liaison with employers and other labor market stakeholders, improving the regulation of cross-border recruitment through licensing of recruiters, and instituting policies to prevent the charging of recruitment fees is vital. Some of the people who want to migrate and they go to these recruitment agencies, they are charged so exorbitant and yet they have not started working. And it depletes the families that are willing to have their children or go to other countries, and they end up having no money because they are paying so much money to have their children recruited. We need an integrated and streamlined border management and immigration processes that include all authorities involved at points of entry. And this is crucial because the first shock that any migrant has is at the border posts. And if border posts are well coordinated and they are friendly to migrants, that gives the migrants the first steps to being received. Governments should facilitate access to proof of legal identity by capacitating civil registration and identity management systems, including providing consular services in major destination countries for the issuance of vital documents. And I think this, we should do it because they are our people. Whether they have come from another country, just treat them as your own people. That's why in Zimbabwe, our constitution says it calls for sanctity of life for all people. And this is supported by enabling legislation such as Trafficking in Persons Act, Refugees Act, Immigration Act, Labor Act, Children's Act, and the policies that have been put in place on labor migration, or national migration policy, or national diaspora policy. These are intended to make sure that our people understand and respect that migration, as people have already said, is not something you should be ashamed of. That's why our president, wherever he goes, is a rule, or our vice presidents is a rule. They must meet with diasporans so that they can encourage them and give them hope that to migrate is not a curse. That when you come back home, you will still be received as if you were working in a Zimbabwean situation. So we encourage migration which is orderly. And I can mention here that we have signed a bilateral agreement with Rwanda, for instance, where that portability of pensions is assured. We regularly meet so that we can check whether our migrants are well looked after. And so far, I can say is a very good example of what bilateral agreements can mean. We are obviously in the SADC region where we, as Zimbabwe, we are chairing the SADC region this year, and we have employment and labor sector of SADC. And it is our hope that these issues can be discussed at that regional level, and we can see whether we can create bilaterals. Of course, we are anxious to go beyond SADC because some of our people have gone to Europe, they have gone to Australia, they have gone to Canada, and we need to make sure that we have bilateral agreements with those countries. And we have approached those countries where our migrants are so that we can. In country, for those who come to Zimbabwe, we have set up together with IOM resource centers at our border posts, so that people come in and they are taken to a border post where they are counseled. There are counselors both from IOM and from our own government who can counsel those people who are coming into Zimbabwe. But also we have set up these resource centers where we can counsel people who go outside Zimbabwe so that they have reasonable expectation and temper the expectation, because we tell them what they expect to find out in the country of destination. So again, collaboration is very important. Partnerships are very important, and the UN system provides that. But I encourage, in my view, the AU, our regional blocks, that we should discuss this matter very closely and be able to come up with recommendations or actions that can integrate our policies. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr., for bringing concrete examples of good practices and how we move forward, and also the importance of collaboration and partnerships to move with the regular migration. I want to apologize because I made a mistake. I want now to introduce the Secretary General of the Ministry of Employment of Morocco, Madame Wafa Asri, who is our next speaker. And we apologize because Mr. Abebe Hali couldn't join us at this point. And so now I give you the floor. Thank you very much.
Donc, bonjour à tous, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs. Je tiens en premier lieu à adresser mes sincères remerciements à l'OIM pour avoir dédié ce panel à une thématique de premier plan, à savoir les voies régulières de la migration en Afrique. En effet, libérer le potentiel de la mobilité humaine régulière, sûre et ordonnée en Afrique constitue une priorité, une responsabilité partagée pour ces pays. C'est le lieu pour moi de féliciter aussi la directrice générale de l'IM pour la vision audacieuse qu'il met en œuvre pour une meilleure gouvernance de la migration sur le plan régional, global. L'on ne peut que souligner l'importance de la mise en œuvre des 23 objectifs du pacte pour des migrations sûres, ordonnées et régulières qui permettront la mise en place de voies régulières de la migration, la jouissance par les migrants de leurs droits humains et la garantie de leur accès aux services de base. La participation à ce second examen régional s'inscrit dans le cadre de l'engagement fort du Royaume du Maroc en faveur des questions migratoires, conformément à la vision de Sa Majesté le roi Mohamed VI, que Dieu l'assiste. Dans son traitement des questions migratoires, le Maroc privilégie une approche qui accorde la primauté au principe du dialogue, de la coopération et de la solidarité avec ses partenaires et vise à consacrer les principes de gouvernance régionale et internationale bénéfiques à toutes les parties. Sa Majesté Mohamed VI, en sa qualité de leader de l'Union africaine de la thématique de la migration, a initié un ambitieux processus de réflexion sur les enjeux migratoires et leur impact, ayant d'ailleurs débouché sur l'agenda africain de la migration, dont l'une des mesures phares a été la mise en place de l'Observatoire africain des migrations. L'agenda africain pour la migration a permis de déconstruire un certain nombre de stéréotypes savamment alimentés les discours de haine à l'endroit des migrants. Ainsi, l'idée des déferlantes marées humaines africaines débarquant sur les côtes européennes relève du mythe dans la mesure où 85% de la migration reste dans le continent. Les défis que connaît le continent n'ont pas empêché les pays africains, notamment le Maroc, de réaliser des avancées, de mettre en œuvre des programmes et de développer des bonnes pratiques à même de permettre aux migrants de s'intégrer dans leur société, dans les sociétés hôtes, de bénéficier de leurs droits et de l'accès aux services de base. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, les parcours de la migration régulière et leur promotion constituent le meilleur moyen de garantir les droits des migrants durant le processus migratoire, mais également dans les pays de destination où il promeut l'intégration sociale et économique. La promotion des voies migratoires régulières est le meilleur moyen de garantir les droits des migrants durant le processus migratoire, mais également dans les pays de destination où il promeut l'intégration économique et sociale. Les voies migratoires régulières permettent également, et c'est très important, de préserver les besoins des pays d'origine en termes de compétences nationales nécessaires à leur développement. Le Royaume du Maroc fournit aux personnes migrantes sur un pied d'égalité avec les citoyens marocains l'accès aux services de base tels que l'éducation, la santé et le logement, en plus d'offrir des opportunités de formation et d'emploi. En 2023, 48% des migrants étaient intégrés sur le marché de l'emploi contre une moyenne nationale de seulement 46%. Il s'agit bien d'une preuve marquante du degré d'intégration des migrants dans le marché de l'emploi. Plus de 25 000 étudiants étrangers sont inscrits dans les universités et instituts de formation marocains. Plus de 7 000 enfants de migrants sont inscrits dans des écoles primaires et plus de 28 000 migrants ont pu bénéficier aux services de santé. Il est fondamental de conjuguer nos efforts sur le continent pour mettre en avant la contribution positive des migrants à la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable des Nations Unies et à la lutte contre les discours de haine, de racisme et de xénophobie. Les pays du continent sont ainsi appelés à renforcer leur engagement dans le cadre de coopérations régionaux et internationaux où la primauté est donnée aux avantages et opportunités de la mobilité humaine, sans toutefois faire preuve de laxisme contre les réseaux de traite et de trafic des migrants. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'Afrique n'a pas à subir d'agenda exogène à sa réalité. Elle n'a pas à se greffer à d'autres manières d'appréhender la migration. Il n'a pas à endosser des impératifs qui ne sont pas les siens. Elle doit mettre en avant ses propres priorités, les défendre et répondre avant tout aux attentes des Africains. L'initiative de partenariat entre l'Afrique et l'Europe sur la mobilité des personnes offre une opportunité pour le continent pour se positionner sur les voies de migration régulière. Le Maroc la conçoit comme un cadre de dialogue constructif et pragmatique visant à étendre les voies régulières de passage entre les deux continents. La réunion technique de haut niveau sur les voies régulières de la migration, tenue les 24 et 25 juillet 2024 à Rabat, et le document final qui est issu représente une excellente base pour une coopération régionale et interrégionale sur la promotion des voies régulières de la migration. Ce sont là quelques axes de réflexion du Royaume du Maroc que le Royaume du Maroc tient à partager avec ses pays frères dans le but de libérer le potentiel de mobilité humaine régulière, sûre et ordonnée dans notre continent. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Asri, and thank you for your contribution as well. I would like now to give the floor to the representative of UNHCR, the Regional Director for the Eastern Horn of Africa and Great Lakes, Dr. Mamadou Diane Balde.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And first of all, before sharing 5 points, I wanted to say that it was really inspiring this morning to hear from DG Pope when she reminded us that to move is to be human. And that's, I'm sure, something that all of us recognize here in Ethiopia, where our grandmother Lucy was found. So I think it's extremely important to keep the dignity of all these various points, the dignity of the human being at the forefront. So I just wanted to start with that. I'm sure this will guide our reflections in the next 2 days. Now, coming to the various questions you've asked, let me just share a few perspectives. The first one is the need for the right policies, the smart policies, the inclusive policies. The Global Compact on Migration is one, and I have to say all UN agencies are determined, actively engaged to work with our coordinator of the Global Migration Network to making sure that the potential of the migrants and the people of this continent is really fulfilled so that we are not going to lose the human capital that we see being wasted several times. So the right policies are absolutely essential, and UNHCR, as an active member of the network, is committed to doing our part. I think that's really a first one. And we have heard this morning about these right policies, national policies, regional policies, and policies that are enabling people to be able to freely move and to take care of their own potential. I would say that would be one of the first ingredients, I think, that we need to highlight. And beyond the policies, what we also see is the practices. And you highlighted, and our first speaker said it, are there good practices that can be emulated by others? I think there are several of them, and we are actively engaged into collecting them, using them, as well as putting them as part of our network. Let me highlight a few of them, as well as the tools. The guidance, for example, on a regular pathway for admission and stay for migrants in situations of vulnerability. This guidance notes has been extremely helpful, taken a lot of time, IOM, all UN agencies contributing, and it will be very critical that in this continent where we have not only migrants, but also refugees, and 45 million of them, that we are able to take care and take advantage of this guidance note. The African Union, European Union, UN Tripartite Task Force that was established at the end of 2017, 1 year before the admission or the adoption of the Global Compact on Migration, has been very important for finding solutions to the sisters and brothers stranded in Libya. And this has been translated into the government of Rwanda, saving lives for thousands and thousands and people. Can we have these practices relayed? And Commissioner Sesuma is also here. I think this is not a good practice that we have been highlighting. Two more points, and then I will give back the floor. There is data. Data has been highlighted as a critical point, and with the IGAD, and my sister Fatia is here, we have seen how a study led by IOM with all UN agencies, NGOs coming together with IGAD has been able to provide information about the various pathways that exist. How can we make sure that through the collection of that data, governments, minister here, and all of us are able to take care of them and to make them work. And there are several of these other good practices that exist across the continent that we really need to highlight. And finally, before handing back the floor, is the Sudan situation. I think earlier today, we all spoke about the challenges. We all have spoken about opportunities. We all are speaking about good practices. But the Sudan situation and the protection crisis that is unfolding right under our eyes not only requires peace, but it also requires, for the audience that we have here, greater opportunities for the people who are obliged to leave their homes. And it's over 8 million inside, it's over 2.9 million outside. They need access to resettlement opportunities. They need access to regular pathways, to complementary pathways. And I think for this, the partnership between IOM, government, UN organizations like UNHCR is going to be critical to make it happen. So just want to thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Regional Director of UNHCR, for reinforcing your commitment to advance the work of the GCM and, of course, the regular pathways and the collaboration within the UN network of migration. I would like now to give the floor. I've heard that we have now Mr. Abibi Haile with us. He's the Senior Director. He's the Executive Director of the Confederation of the Ethiopian Employers Federations, and I would like to invite him to make his intervention. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much indeed, and apologies for being late. Probably from the experience that I learned, and before I start directly to my intervention, I think considering the phases of migration is very critical. We think in the shoes of the migrants themselves. That is at the pre-departure stage, the transit, arrival and the stay, and return and reintegration. These are very critical and they requires different interventions. So keeping these phases in mind, I'll try now to reflect really certain points that I feel will contribute to this very big audience. As rightly pointed out from the UNHCR director, putting in place right-based migration policies and strategies that are in line with the regional and global framework is very serious. So we need to be guided by right policies and strategies. As we have heard from the regional report, countries are at different level. Some are having somehow policies that are related to the regional and continental, the continental and the global framework. Some are really at a very infant stage. So this is really very serious for us, and we need to look at it, how we can have policies that are very much aligned with those global and continental programs, because we have a very robust policies at global and continental level. But we need to look at national and sub-regional levels, really how these policies can really align. This seems to be a very important component for me. The second point that I would like to raise is that we need to have a very effective and efficient migration management system. Efforts are underway in different countries. Some are trying to digitalize. In some cases, they are manual. In some cases, they are very restrictive. This really adversely affects the continental policies and the global framework. So this needs to be really an issue that needs to be looked at. The third point that I want to is coordination and collaboration among member states and the stakeholders. So this is not at a full stage again. If you look at national level, government may take a lead, but the private sector, civil society, trade unions, the academia, and international organizations have different stake. So all this need to be looked at, really how we can seamlessly bring all these stakeholders together if we need to make migration effective. This seems to be a certain gap that we need to look at. Another point is awareness raising among the potential migrants and the families themselves. So to ensure that they make informed decision, because sometimes they are misguided because of the misinformation and promises coming from traffickers, smugglers. So for this, a clear and regular awareness creation program is very important. So that needs to be looked at. Another point that again seems to be very important is that the skill of the migrant themselves. So there is the difficulties of harmonizing the vocational and technical education system in Africa. If, for example, we take the case of Ethiopia and neighboring countries and others, so accreditation and recognition of skills is very critical. If this is not harmonized, it's really very difficult to reap advantage of our migrant workers. This needs to be looked at. The other is the reunification of returnees once they completed their migration. Again, in this part, there are different support. It could be economic, it could be social, it could be psychological. So this needs really a very critical part of the phase of migration, which in some cases is forgotten or not considered properly. It's only then really we say that the migration cycle is complete and we take advantage of migration in our content. The final point that I want to reflect is about lack of data, statistical data. Because there is no clearly defined and harmonized information system, although there is an effort, I know, to exchange information among countries on statistical data on the status of migrants. It could be on education, it could be on different aspects of migration. So this seems also to be a vacuum that needs to be considered. Given the time contrast for the time being, let me stop here. And thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hali, for bringing the perspective of the stakeholders and the emphasis on the need to have partnerships for comprehensive responses. Because of time constraints and before we give the floor back to the coordinator of the network, DG Pope, to wrap up the session, I would like to give the opportunity for one intervention from the floor. I understand that we had some requests, but due to time constraints, I would like to offer the opportunity to speak to the representative of the State Ministry of the Ministry of Justice of Ethiopia, His Excellency Mr. Belayun Yirga, who will make a statement on behalf of the champion countries of the GCM. Please, Mr. Yirga, you have the floor.
Morning. Dear Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols are observed. Ethiopia is honored to deliver this statement on behalf of 15 countries, GCM 15 GCM champion countries. We, the GCM champion countries in Africa, reaffirm our commitment to the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration and its objective and guiding principles. We emphasize the importance of protecting migrants' rights, saving lives, promoting regular pathway, and shifting migration narratives toward a more inclusive and balanced discourse. Africa remains at the forefront of global migration trends, where millions of migrants contribute to the socio-economic development of our continent. Migration has been instrumental in advancing innovation and sustainable development as envisioned in African Agenda 2063. We recognize that well-governed migration within Africa can serve as a powerful driver of inclusive economic growth, creating opportunity for individuals and community thrive. To this end, we are committed to deepening both regional and inter-regional cooperation to better protecting migrants. We commend the effort of regional organizations for their role in facilitating labor mobility, advancing regional dialogue on migration governance, and promoting harmonized policy that safeguards migrants' rights while enhancing their positive contribution to our continent. Furthermore, we recognize that a spirit of win-win cooperation to address the challenges and opportunities of migration in all its dimensions through shared responsibility and innovative solutions are crucial in addressing global migration challenges effectively. These efforts are essential to ensuring that no country or regions bears the burden alone. As GCM champion countries, we strive to scale up our efforts to achieve safe, orderly, and regular migration across Africa. We will do so by utilizing the resources and guidance developed by the UN Network on Migration. In this spirit,
we will call on all African countries to lead by example. However, much more remains to be done. We express deep concerns over the continued loss of lives and human rights abuses faced by migrants. Promoting safe migration is crucial to upholding the human rights of all migrants. In this regard, the GCM champion country look forward to the Secretary General of forthcoming report on the GCM, which will outline concrete measures we can collectively take to address the issue of missing migrants and to strengthen humanitarian assistance for migrants in its distress. It is our shared responsibility to develop actionable plans to implement these recommendations and save more lives. As GCM champion country in Africa, we are determined to lead by example, actively sharing good practice and learning from each other across the continent. We commit to ensuring that Africa's voice is strongly represented in the global debate on migration scheduled for 2026. By working together, we can ensure that migration continues to drive sustainable development while upholding the dignity and rights of migrants across our continent. Finally, I need to thank IOM, UNECA, AU, and our regional bloc, IGAD, for their crucial support for the implementation of the compact. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jirga, for your statement on behalf of the champion countries of the GCM. And without further ado, I will ask Director General Pope to wrap up the session for us.
Well, thank you so much for the very, very rich discussion. And sorry, would you like to add something? Yeah.
Thank you. At the beginning of the session, I thought we were going to answer question by question, but before I wrap, can I just say more about the Ugandan perspective? Yeah, thank you. When we talked about the government partnership to government in the pathway migration, I give an example. Like in my country, next week on the 17th of October, the office of the Prime Minister of Uganda will be launching the IOM Uganda strategy. And as government, we identify with the priorities of IOM strategies in saving lives, safeguarding priorities, and moving and seeking solutions to displacement and creating pathway for regular migrations. And the pathway on migration is multi-faceted and dynamic, therefore requiring a wide range of stakeholders as well as the source for example, in Uganda, we're working very, very closely in relationship with our IOM mission, especially the chief of mission who is here with us, who used to be my former boss before I joined the politics, and the international technical body for migration matters is very critical here. We also need to strengthen countries in UN Sustainable Development Cooperation frameworks. This is very critical for us. Uganda recognizes the role of the civil society and private sector in enhancing the regular pathway of migration. National Platform for Private Recruitment Agencies, Uganda Association of External Regulation Agencies is recognized under the Uganda External Employment Regulatory Regulations 2021. Opportunities for Uganda and also the challenges that there is a very young population ready to move in my country and also quite innovative and very ambitious. In our census, which came out last month, Uganda Census 2024, the results indicated that 23% of the population of the youth between 18 and 35 at 50%. And this demands for too many jobs and opportunities to sort for available, whether within or outside Uganda. The challenges is that because of our growing economics, with relative low GDP, there is high unemployment, and the efforts of deliberating creates job opportunities through labor-intensive industrialization. The reasons Uganda requested for support to champion design and implementing of the migrant welfare program at the country origin on a pilot initiative of partly also implementing the African Union guidelines on the establishment of the migrant welfare programs and systems in Africa. Opening of the regional youth incubation and industrial centers, as well as the creation of the secondary cities for equitable country development through planned urbanization and planning. The other aspiration was the good practices. The Regional Ministerial Forum for Migration, for which Uganda is taking chair from Ethiopia, is one of the good practices where regional level a consensus is periodically built on migration governance, such as labor migration, human trafficking, border management, and security, ethical recruitment, private sector engagement, and so on. Once sustained, dealing with these migration issues is faced by the Eastern Horn of Africa. That creates policy community for practice. The recent concluded regional program initiatives such as the migration labor data collection, analysis and sharing 2021-2023 were in, for instance, in Uganda, Kenya, and Somalia, were able to develop a 3-year capacity strategy in labor migration data that developed harmonized labor migration statistics. And finally, the regional cross-border Lake Victoria Management Initiative in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania to counter, among other, trafficking in person and preventing smuggling. Ugandan Steps initiative of being among the few countries using a whole of government and whole of society approach to comprehensively review the 3 bilateral migration agreements with 3 other countries using the recommendations, for example, that Uganda has been in customs to the African Union guidelines on BLMA's development implementation. I thank you. I'm still thinking about my independence back at home.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Anyakun, for the fantastic examples that Uganda has witnessed, and also to wish you a very happy National Day. And I also want to thank the other members of our panel, Honorable Minister Moyo from Zimbabwe, Secretary General Asri from Morocco, Mr. Abebe Haile from the Ethiopian Employers Federations, and of course, Dr. Mamadou Diane Balde, our partner at UNHCR. I think what we've heard here today is that if we want regular migration pathways to really enable development and to achieve what we all hope to achieve, which is a benefit for the host country, a benefit for the country of origin, and a benefit for the migrant herself, what we're calling the triple win, is going to take a whole of society approach. It starts at the local level, working with civil society to identify opportunities, to ensure that people are aware of the opportunities that exist, to make sure that they are not exploited or taken advantage of by unscrupulous employers or unscrupulous recruitment agencies. It also takes the efforts of multiple parts of government, right? Looking at what are the governmental needs, building migration into the national strategies, looking at what labor agreements should be negotiated between parties, and then identifying where the opportunities might exist if you are a sending country, and if you're a hosting country, identifying which parts of the community will be impacted by that migration. So I think one of the mistakes we often see is that it's only the Minister of Labor, or only the Minister of Foreign Affairs, or only the Minister of Interior who will be looking at migration pathways or looking at the issue of migration. But what we know and what we've seen across the continent is that the movement of people can have an impact on social services, an impact on health, an impact on education. So we need all of the players around the table to make sure that we're identifying the best practices and integrating migrants into the urban planning or other social opportunities plans. We also need to ensure that we have engagement of all of our UN partners. So having UNHCR as a part of the active engagement of the Global Compact for Migration is critical because we know that we need to create opportunities for people who are being displaced by conflict or persecution, even if they have a right to asylum or resettlement. We don't want to stop with just resettlement. We want to move forward to enabling the opportunities of people who are displaced. We need the engagement of ILO to ensure that we have fair recruiting opportunities and labor standards are upheld. We want to make sure that UNICEF is involved, so we're looking at opportunities for education and reskilling. We want to ensure that all of our partners across the UN system are working hand in hand to support governments as they're trying to make migration work for all. And I can't end the conversation, although we didn't hear from them as part of this conversation, we know from our experience that the importance of the regional economic communities cannot be underestimated. We're seeing some of the best practices happen right now within the RECs. And so leveraging those experiences and their lessons learned in terms of the regional movement of people will be critical to enabling the continental movement of people in ways that are fair, that are inclusive, that are equitable. So ensuring that we have all of the parties around the table in order to create a truly inclusive approach will be critical. So I'm hoping that this is not the only time we're going to be talking about regular pathways for migration. The real value of these conferences is not just what you hear up here on the stage, it's the conversations that happen in the margins. It's the conversations that happen between you. And I'm hoping that what you've heard up here on the stage will spark that discussion so that you'll now think, okay, how do I make this work in my community? How do I make this work in my country? How do I make this work in my region? And so with that, I will leave you with the responsibility to take this conversation now into the breaks and now drive forward some more innovation and action to enable more regular pathways for migration. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much, DG Pope. And on behalf of the coordination of the UN Migration Network, I want to once again thank all the panelists for all your contribution. This has been a very stimulating conversation, and we have now some homework to do, hopefully building up on the conversations towards the next IMRF in 2026. So thank you very much, Excellencies, for your participation. Another round of applause, and I hand over to our Master of Ceremonies. Thank you very much.
And another round of applause for Catalina de Vandes, moderator, for the wonderful session we've just had. Thank you all very much, ladies and gentlemen. You may now take your seats. So please do welcome them one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so very much. Thank you, everybody, again. So we still have one more session before our lunch break. You have already heard that today is Uganda National Day, and it's been mentioned a couple of times, but let's all join hands to cheer them and wish them a happy Ugandan National Day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Our next session, just before lunch, it's going to be a challenge for the moderator, obviously. If we feel hungry towards the end of the session, we have someone to blame it on. So I'm not going to talk much. So this upcoming session is on key findings of the multi-stakeholder consultations. I would like to kindly call upon the moderator, Ms. Hakima Hathar, from the African Non-State Actors Platform on the GFMD and GCM and Jesuit Refugee Services Southern Africa, to take the floor and moderate this difficult session as we look forward to lunch.
Good afternoon, everybody. As you heard, I'm the person being in front before your lunch break, but I hope you could be intrigued and engaged with the messages that the civil society has. I am standing on protocols from the previous session. This session basically is findings from a couple of consultations that happened in the region, both at a regional level and sub-regional level. And lastly, yes, the multi-stakeholder engagement, where various civil society and other stakeholders were present. I did the session into 4. It was quite heartening to hear from the morning session. We're all in alignment in terms of the key issues on the continent. So the sessions basically is divided into drivers, labor and migration, pathways, regular pathways, access to territory, securitization, and then lastly, narratives and culture. So the first speaker for this session is my fellow rapporteur, Boubacar from the Gambia. He's a former employee of the Red Cross and the IFRC, and also a member of the African non-stakeholder platform. Over to you, Boubacar.
Thank you very much, Akima, and then all protocols duly observed. Moving straight to the points that emanated from the discussions throughout the various consultations and also from the discussions we had yesterday. The whole of society approach is extremely important for the implementation of the GCM in Africa. Member states across the region are ought to develop national implementation plans and partner meaningfully with various stakeholders, including civil society, in the designing and implementation of plans. Kenya, Malawi, and Ghana are commended for adopting an inclusive approach in developing their national implementation plan. There is a strong call for a bottom-up approach in implementing the GCM objectives in Africa, while also combating the growing negative narratives around migration. There is a need for the reposition of the economic contributions of migrants and diaspora through remittances, investment, philanthropic initiatives, as well as contributions in host countries, as a game changer in shaping narratives of migrants, recognizing the link to member states' role in enhancing legal pathways, decent work, and social protection. The continent is struggling with issues of integration and free mobility. Regional integration should be prioritized by member states with the ratification of the AU Free Movement of Persons Protocol. Rwanda, Niger, Mali, and Sao Tome and Principe are commended for the ratification of the protocol, with other member states ought to ratify to ensure Africans are able to access the continent and movement is safe and orderly. Member states must utilize the GCM to promote migration and development in the continent and invest in the continent's talent resources and embrace the power of diaspora and their huge potential to drive meaningful migration priorities. Dialogue and knowledge exchange must further be deployed to drive issues. Member states to fund and invest in the GCM implementation and create alternative funding schemes for non-state actors to ensure the implementation of the various objectives. Although the continent has competing interests among member states, such as economic challenges, migration can alleviate some of these challenges, and it's important to identify urgent interventions to ensure regular migration. Migration is a human phenomenon and can be a good force for development if it is meaningfully managed. Upholding humanity and dignity. We call for migration policies and practices to be grounded in the principle of humanity, respect for human rights, and the protection of the dignity of migrants and their access to humanitarian assistance and protection at all stages of their migratory journey. We remain constant in our commitment to protecting and supporting migrants across Africa. We believe that by working together, we can build a future where migration is safe, orderly, and dignified, and where all migrants are treated with the respect and compassion they deserve. As we continue to implement the GCM, let us renew our commitment to the principles of humanity and solidarity, and let us work together to ensure that no one is left behind. We express our concern regarding migrants who go missing and invite governments to work together to address this issue, collect data, and search for them. Behind each migrant who disappeared, there is a family member who is suffering and left in uncertainty. An example is myself. Those families have economic, legal, and administrative, including psychological needs that have to be addressed. In addition, deceased migrants should be handled with dignity in respect with their beliefs and tradition, and their management should ensure immediate or future identification. Thank you.
Thank you, Boubacar. And I think with that, I'll hand over to Luqman Akintola from the Global Center for Climate Mobility and the African Non-State Actors Platform. Luqman was also the West and Central African Rapporteur. Over to you, Luqman.
Thank you, Akima, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. I will take this, I will be very brief. Number one, on the labor migration, one of the things that we urge member states is that to employ or adopt, look at bilateral agreement to advance skills, and as much as possible to try to work with people on the ground to address the issue of migrant workers. We also urge member states as much as possible to harness the agency of youth, women, and children so that we can unlock their potential to advance our socio-economic realities. Also, we urge member states to prioritize migrants, to address the protection of migrants, workers against racism and xenophobic attacks, either within the continent or outside of the continent. We also urge member states to, as much as possible, ratify and implement existing frameworks such as the ILO conventions and also other conventions, both at the regional and national level, to promote the rights of migrant workers. We also urge you, we know that nothing can be done without data. So we urge you to invest in valid and verifiable data, not just data that will be accessible to you alone, but to also the public so that everybody can use the data for the good of migrant workers. And we also urge you, this is important, please stop politicizing migrants. Do not politicize migration. Migrants are always at the receiving end when it comes to other issues. Either it is war or there is civil unrest, migrants are always at it. So we urge you to, as much as possible, do not politicize it. Lastly, which is there are a lot of underlying issues that make people to move in the first instance. Climate change, civil unrest. We urge you to address some of these drivers so that we can have a prosperous and the African we want. Thank you so much, Akima.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Luqman. I'll now hand over to Evans Munga, who was the East African coordinator. Evans is from Terre de Homes, Netherlands, and the Kenyan Civil Society Coordinator on Counter Trafficking and Unsafe Migration. He'll basically give us the key messages that came out of the access to territory and the impact of securitization and border externalization. Over to you, Evans.
Thank you. I'm going to be brief for the interest of time. but you will find all these recommendations and key messages on the main report. Member states, of course, keep on viewing migration through national security lens, resulting to heightened border security measures and the implementation of laws and policies aimed at keeping migrants from other countries out. These measures come out from often incorrect perceptions that migrants, including refugees, pose security threats and threats to the economic and social welfare of a country. The result is increased detention of migrants and subsequent deportation, and in some cases, even the criminalization of irregular migration. This disproportionately affect the vulnerable migrants, including refugees and asylum seekers, women and children, and restrict their access to safe migration routes, asylum processes, and therefore member states are encouraged to prioritize migrants and adopt human rights lens to migration, which include consistent efforts to legalization and promotion of free movement across the region. Member states should explore alternatives to detention for migrants as a priority, using detention as only a last resort, or even as on any resort at all. Alternatives to detention should be pursued to ensure that migrants are treated with dignity and provided with necessary protection while reducing reliance to detention facilities. Member states are encouraged to rely on the experience and expertise of CSOs to play a key role as partners in this process. Member states are encouraged to make decisive actions to address trafficking by investigating trafficking routes and strengthening cross-border agreements. These efforts should focus on coordinated border management and improving the capacity of law enforcement agencies to detect, prevent, and prosecute such crimes. Bilateral and multilateral agreements should be established and operationalized to facilitate a safe return of trafficking victims and dismantle trafficking network. And lastly, member states should implement border management policies that prioritize the safety and dignity of migrants. This includes humane border controls that avoid excessive force and ensure access to asylum humane treatment where necessary, and provide adequate resources for such rescue operations. And of course, emphasis should be on the importance of human and coordinated management practices to protect the rights of both regular and irregular migrants. Thank you.
Thank you, Evans, for those very powerful points. Our last speaker for this session is Khadija Amahal. She's the rapporteur for the Arab Regional Review and the Migrant Youth and Children Platform. She'll basically finalize our key discussions that came out of the culture and narrative discussion. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Hakima. Greetings, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. And actually, I had the pleasure of moderating this panel discussion yesterday, and the input from the panelists was insightful. And I'll share with you some of the key takeaways and messages from the discussion. Member states must refrain from the politicization of migration, which usually creates a negative narrative around migrant populations and sets the scene for coordinated xenophobic attacks and racism. Furthermore, member states should actively promote positive narratives that highlight the contributions of migrants to their host communities and counter xenophobic rhetoric. This can be done through multiple initiatives such as public campaigns, media engagement, and educational programs that emphasize diversity and inclusion. Member states should contribute towards an African-driven research agenda that ensures we write and share our own narratives as well as our own media. Member states should facilitate programs that promote the social integration of migrants, including language courses, cultural exchange programs, and community building activities. Local governments should collaborate with migrant communities to build mutual understanding, address tensions, and ensure inclusive governance. Member states should support the cultural expression of African migrants through heritage programs such as arts, cultural initiatives, in order to promote the unity of the continent and promote tolerance. there should be a reprioritization of Pan-Africanism that is focused on heritage and culture as part of our global history, linking the diaspora to countries of origin and amplifying the cultural capital of diaspora in sustaining the cultural heritage of their countries and regions of origin. Member states should play a key role in decolonization project and educate its citizens on the historical and cultural contributions of Africans. Last but surely not least, member states are commended for their efforts with the African Union for the establishment of the African Union Ministerial Committee on the Return of Cultural Property, which focuses on addressing the repatriation of African cultural heritage. The EU has also adopted a common position on the matter, emphasizing the need for the return of stolen and looted cultural artifacts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think to all the panelists, I think everybody was told to give a quite a succinct feedback in the interest of time, but I think we've saved like 5 minutes. So if there is input from the floor, we have 5 minutes and we can hear from any of the member states. If you'd like to maybe add anything in addition to what we've shared or want to share a different perspective. Usually when they silence, it's either people weren't listening or everybody was clear. Egypt and then Guinea.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm grateful to you for giving me this opportunity. I attended yesterday's stakeholders consultation, and I wanted to make a final intervention at the very end, at the very last panel, to thank you for the initiative. And I wanted, there was a very kind lady who was very appreciative to the presence of governments at these stakeholders consultations. I wanted, in fact, to thank her and thank the panel and the organizers for having this format, because it's a partnership between governments and all the other stakeholders. Whether it's be civil society, private sector, international organizations. Governments cannot work alone. So it's a partnership, the issue of partnership, because what you have voiced yesterday during the consultation is actually what we take on board and what we preach, if I may say. More legal pathways, fighting illegal immigration, integrating migrants into societies, migration not as a means in itself or as a purpose in itself, as one of the panelists said yesterday. Migration is an opportunity for both countries of origin and countries of destination. It is a major factor for development, because no matter how advanced we are technologically, or we may rely more and more on artificial intelligence, that does not negate the fact that migration is there. It's a natural phenomenon, as DG Amy Pope said earlier on this morning. But migration is, in fact, a solution to development, both at home in countries of origin and countries of destination. When I said the artificial intelligence, there are jobs. Okay, there is a shift in types of jobs, but there's still. I was attending a conference in Switzerland a couple of months ago, and it was very clear by the Swiss Federation of Enterprises. They said that we still do not have enough people to fill job vacancies. So migration is the solution. So this is one thing. And before just ending my intervention, I want to focus also on the narrative, the respect to migrants. It's very important to ensure the rights of migrants and they are well integrated into societies. And in Egypt, we try as much as we can to do that. And we try to provide, I have a speech in another panel, but I just wanted to emphasize here that it's very important to allow migrants and diasporas to keep up with their roots. If they keep up with their roots at home, they will be better and more effective and more more producive for they will be more satisfied, they will produce better, they will work better in the host communities, and also better contribute to to development of their national home countries. Thank you very much, and sorry for having spoken too long.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Egypt, for those enlightening contributions, and thank you for being part of the session yesterday. Guinea, if you could please keep it short.
Allô? Oui. Merci, mesdames et messieurs. Je vous remercie pour m'avoir accordé cet instant. À cet instant solennel, permettez-moi avant tout de adresser mes salutations de Son Excellence, Monsieur le ministre des Affaires étrangères, au pays hôte, la République d'Éthiopie, et aussi au réseau du système des Nations Unies et sur les migrations. Cette question de la migration, il faut le savoir, c'est une question transversale qui intéresse tout le monde, et aussi bien les États que les acteurs de la société civile, qui sont aussi des parties prenantes très importantes dans la mise en œuvre de questions d'assistance et aussi de la sensibilisation des communautés pour une meilleure intégration des migrants. Pour ce qui est de la République de Guinée, nous sommes un pays qui est engagé dans la mise en œuvre du Pacte mondial pour les migrations que nous avons adopté en décembre 2018 au sommet de Marrakech. Et aussi pour une gouvernance migratoire respectueuse des droits humains afin de tirer le meilleur parti des opportunités de la migration dans le processus de développement national. En effet, suite aux recommandations du Pacte mondial pour les migrations, le pays s'est doté d'un document de politique de migration qui a été validé et promulgué par décret depuis septembre 2021. Le processus d'élaboration de cette politique a connu la participation de tous les acteurs étatiques et non étatiques, notamment la société civile et aussi les associations des migrants de retour. C'est-à-dire, c'est des migrants qui ont été assistés avec l'OIM, qui sont constitués en association. Ainsi, c'est une organisation qui est appelée OGLMI, Organisation guinéenne de lutte contre la migration irrégulière, qui regroupe beaucoup de migrants qui sont retournés dans les pays du Maghreb et aussi au Niger. On a aussi certaines associations aussi qui participent aussi à la réintégration des migrants de retour. Donc, dans ce cadre-là, le document de politique nationale de migration de la Guinée est un document d'orientation qui vise à établir un système global et coordonné de politique et d'institutions pour la gouvernance des dimensions clés de la migration à la République de Guinée et relie les réponses thématiques dans 5 actions thématiques, à savoir 1. L'axe politique 1, c'est la gestion des frontières et la libre circulation. 2. La tête des êtres humains. L'axe 3, la migration forcée et les mineurs non accompagnés. L'axe 4, la migration de main-d'œuvre et du travail. Et enfin, l'axe 5, la migration et le développement. Il est important de souligner que le gouvernement de la République de Guinée, à travers le ministère des Affaires étrangères, assure la coordination de la gouvernance de la migration en République de Guinée. Et les questions d'assistance sont placées au centre des priorités. Donc, dans le cadre des progrès réalisés dans la mise en œuvre du Pacte mondial, nous avons mis en place et opérationnalisé un observatoire guinéen des migrations, qui est aussi une recommandation de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine. Nous avons aussi un cadre de concertation nationale sur les migrations pour la mise en œuvre du document de politique, qui est une plateforme stratégique qui regroupe l'ensemble des acteurs étatiques intervenant dans le secteur de la migration, les partenaires techniques et financiers tels que l'OIM, le Haut Commissariat aux Nations Unies et l'Union européenne, ainsi que la société civile. Au titre des recommandations, nous avons, entre autres, pour mieux aligner les programmes de retour par rapport aux politiques publiques dans le secteur de la migration, il faut accompagner les pays d'origine à ressources pour répondre de manière durable aux besoins des migrants de retour. En effet, la protection et l'assistance doivent s'inscrire sur le long terme. Et pour cela, il faut assurer une meilleure appropriation des projets et programmes permettant de retenir les candidats à l'immigration irrégulière. Nous avons aussi encouragé la coopération consulaire entre les pays d'origine et les pays d'accueil en matière de migration de main-d'œuvre et des compétences. Nous avons aussi la mise en place d'un comité de coordination de suivi afin d'assurer une meilleure protection des migrants tout au long du parcours migratoire. Sur ce, je voudrais vous remercier tous pour vos brillantes contributions qui vont sans doute aider la Guinée à améliorer aussi ses actions en faveur de ses engagements dans le cadre du, de- du Global Pact sur la migration. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Guinea. I think with that, we could probably close this session and just reiterate that I think the whole of society does involve all of us and engaging with one another and also migrant voices. And I think maybe let me emphasize that we should also include migrant voices in these discussions. And I think with that, I'd like to thank our various panelists. If everybody could just give them a round of applause. Thank you.
And another round of applause for Akima for wonderfully moderating this session in time. We really have her to thank for timely finishing of the session before it's too late for lunch. A quick group photo. You can take one here. Thank you very much. In the meantime, I would like to appreciate everyone who has taken part in this active deliberations this morning in the first half of this important session today, first day of the second regional review of the GCAM. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for your active participation. This session has also been attended, given the importance, the economic importance of migration, by the African regional economic communities heads of delegations. We have them. Can you please give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? And now we have the lunch break, finally. But first we have the Excellency Ministers, Excellency State Ministers, Excellency Minister Delegates and heads of delegates, as well as heads of delegations of the economic communities, to be ushered out by a gentle lady here, Jemima. So would you please, we'll see them out first, and then the rest of us will also go quickly afterwards. So if Her Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen in the high table in the front rows, would you please join your usher Jemima here to take you to your restaurant. The rest of us will have lunch coupons, so make sure you have a lunch coupon before you leave the room. So lunch coupons are given at the gates as you leave the hall. And you go downstairs to the Ethiopian traditional restaurant. You'll be ushered by the hotel banquet staff as you leave the hall. So we'll reconvene by 2 o'clock. This is exactly an hour from now for the session in the afternoon, beginning with session 4 in thematic roundtable 1. Please be expedient as much as you've been so far, having your lunch in the next 1 hour and be back by 2 p.m. local time. Once again, thank you so very much. Enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit, everyone. Excellencies in the front rows, would you please join the awaiting gentle lady for her to take you to your restaurant? The rest of us will be leaving once you have joined the ushering team. Bon appetit. VVIPs on the front rows, you're missing the bus. So would you please go and join the lunch team?
Test. Test and the test. First andolam. Test. First and the test and test one. First master on the test and test and test and the sauce. Mata gacaran. Test and the sauce. Test and the sauce. Ako iheno. Test and the sauce. Yes. Test and the sauce. And the sauce. And then test. And the sauce. And the sauce. And then testing. Andula sus. Andula sus. Andula sus. Andula sus. Test. Andula sus. Andula sus. Andula sus. Karandula sus. And test. Andula sus. Kafar gala. Andula sus. Karandula sus. Test. Andula sus. Test. Andula sus. And Andula sus. Test one. Hi. Suma staruzak tutno. Test. Andula sus. And test. Andula sus. Test. Andula sus. And
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy to see you again this afternoon. I hope you had a good meal on a break. Our afternoon session will resume shortly. So let's all take our designated seats
as we are waiting for more people to join us for two more important sessions for the day. Thank you for making it back in time for the rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Will be in Eswatini the end of this month for Foreign Affairs Games.
change. I mean, one of the speakers, I change. Tagabar ko no print, but lang ko kung paano ko kayo yung case no hanggang
Hello, Excellency. How are you? Nice to see you again. That's in Geneva at the GFMD. Yes, how are you? Good. I'm so sorry about this last minute change.
No, it's okay. Where is he from?
He's from Fragomen, Africa. It's a resources company. I always forget. They're very involved. But yeah, so he's based in South Africa.
So he replaces.
Mr. Haile Ebebe. So Joel will still be there. Yeah, so he replaces this speaker.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Number last. Okay.
Thank you so much, and sorry about all that changes.
Hey, mascot. Hey, Taswira. Yeah, you can next to me. Let's come here. Tiny power, multiple power.
Yes, yes. Yes, okay. Wait. No, no. You know what? When we it's fun.
Yeah.
Fun.
You're fun. Yeah, do me that.
You can imagine. Yeah. How
Let's go with that. Brother of mine. I think you're good. I don't understand. Just. Yeah, I think both of this, both of it up. But otherwise, other four. Yeah, so now we have 1, 2,
Mr. Joel Odige, if you're out there in the crowd, Mr. Joel Odige, speakers on this panel, would you please join us here on the stage? I think we should just go ahead, yeah. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it's a great pleasure to see you here for this afternoon session. I hope you had a good meal, and maybe some of you have tried the local cuisine and enjoyed it. Thank you for coming back for this afternoon session. The second regional review of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration in the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa region kicked off this morning with the aim to facilitate increased regional collaboration among member states in reviewing the implementation of the GCM and formulating recommendations for the next IMRF in 2026. This morning, we had 3 sessions, the opening session being the opening ceremony with high-level speeches, followed by 2 important sessions, one on a high-level panel on regular pathways for migration, and the second one on key findings of the multi-stakeholder consultations. As we look forward to this afternoon, we aspire to cover 2 more sessions, one on a roundtable and another one on key findings from sub-region. So without further ado, I would like to introduce the facilitator for this session and the rapporteur. Our facilitator is His Excellency Mr. Jai Moyo, Minister of Public Service, Labour and Social Welfare Zimbabwe, and co-chair of meeting. And our rapporteur is Mr. Kumbula Ndaba, Country Director for Ethiopia, Djibouti, Somalia, Sudan, and South Sudan, and Special Representative to the African Union, AU, ILO. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome them all to the floor? Thank you very much. Without further ado, I will leave the floor to our moderator. His Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, our moderator. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we are in this first in this session and thematic session roundtable one on ensuring that migration is voluntary, orderly, and regular. The rapporteur has already been introduced to you. This round table will start by a panel of keynote speakers, followed by interactive discussion from the floor. And I hope, as we said earlier on, that you have actually registered those who want to speak so that we go straight into it once the panelists have finished. The roundtable discussions will be guided by the background notes that have been made available on the UN network on migration website. So you have the background notes. And distinguished delegates, I am pleased to call on the first speaker to deliver his opening remarks. The first speaker is His Excellency Mr. Kenneth Zikale Ngoma, Minister of Homeland Security in the Republic of Malawi. And he's next to me. Please have the floor. You can speak from here. If you feel comfortable, you can go there.
Thank you. Mr. Clever Gatete, Undersecretary General, Executive Secretary.
Hello. Good. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Clever Gatete, Undersecretary General and Executive Secretary, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Ms. Ame Pope, Director General, IOM, and Coordinator of the UN Network on Migration. His Excellency Ambassador Minata Samade Souma, Commissioner for Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development and African Union Commission. His Excellency Mr. Muhammad Rahman Swarai, Minister of Employment, Labor and Social Security, Sierra Leone, and co-chair of the meeting. HE, His Excellency Mr. Gideon Temotos, Minister of Justice, Ethiopia, fellow ministers, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by expressing my gratitude to the government of Ethiopia for the warm welcome to Addis Ababa and for hosting the second regional review of Global Compact for Migration this year. I would also like to commend the organizers for bringing us together to address migration, an issue of great significance to all of us. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the focus on my address is on how Africa countries can work together to ensure that migration is voluntary, orderly, and regular. In addressing Global Compact objectives 2, 5, 6, and 12, 18 and 1, 18, I would like to share the achievement that Malawi has made in line with the objectives. Objective 2, minimizing drivers of migration. Malawi has introduced programs addressing economic disparities, environmental degradation, and human rights violations. A key focus is on the impact of climate change and its link to migration, with initiatives like afforestation and climate resilience programs aimed at stabilizing communities and reducing focused migration. Social protection measures are also helping reduce the economic inequalities. On the other hand, Malawi as a country has been experiencing some challenges that demand solution much quicker, as some unscrupulous businessmen tend to hide behind migration to advance their agendas of smuggling cash crop products out of the country using irregular routes. Therefore, there is need to protect such grouping from exploiting genuine migrants in our country. Hence, the need to thank IMO for the financial support they have been giving to Malawi in order to come up with the review acts that will help accommodate, protect, and give full rights to our those people that are migrating. Objective 6. The fair recruitment, decent work. To prevent exploitation, Malawi has strengthened oversight of recruitment agencies and adopted international labor standards. In early 2024, the government stakeholders and the Private Employment Agencies Association developed an employment labor migration regulations to address employment services sector in Malawi. Malawi is also developing a labor export guidelines and currently working with bilateral labor agreements with a number of countries. Objective number 12. Supporting return and reintegration. Voluntary return programs in partnership with international organizations like IOM are helping returnees reintegrate through economic, social, and physical support. Malawi is also experiencing advantages and disadvantages over migration. And the impact is on migration on human capital, where money transfers from migrants are increasing, decreasing unemployment and high living standards. The effects of migration are the poor labor standards that we need to look at, and unemployed and overall health of for those that are coming in, and high wages because of the supply and demand issues that are happening in Malawi, since there's too much overcrowding of people coming into the country, and there's that competition to create, that competition that now products are gaining prices, whilst the demand is small. Malawi is supporting the migration program system fully because we are also exporting people. We are also sending people across the borders to other countries, migrating people to other countries. As such, it is very important that with this forum that we have in here, we learn a lot and benefit from, so that we can improve in terms of how we can manage these migrants and the support we can get in order to do our programs in accordance with the international conventions. With these few remarks, I really wanted to thank the organizers of this meeting, because it has taken us a step ahead in terms of supporting migrants into Malawi. We have a richer and more diverse culture that is developing. We are helping reduce labor shortages. Migrants are more prepared to take on low-paid jobs and low-paid skills. So this is an advantage to us because we are getting them integrated into our society. Although I've already said that the increasing cut of services such as healthcare and education is where the problem is. There's that scramble and overcrowding of our camps. Hence, we have decided to open up a settlement area in the northern part of Malawi in order to help that those that are coming in should be able to empower themselves and do businesses the way they would want to do. With this fuel mark share, I think that is enough for Malawi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Ngoma. Let me now invite the second speaker, Ambassador Weli Badawi, Deputy Assistant Minister of Foreign Affairs, Immigration, and Egyptian expatriates for refugees, migration, and combating human trafficking from Egypt. And I must say, he is a Pan-Africanist because he can still speak my language. Ambassador.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much. Colleagues and friends, I would like to thank you for having me on the panel today to share with you our experience in Egypt and also some gaps and areas we need to focus on together in preparation for the 2026 International Migration Review Forum. The roundtable today is about ensuring that migration is voluntary, orderly, and regular. And this, in fact, is our major concern when it comes to migration in Egypt. We like to deal with migration from a holistic approach, a comprehensive, a global approach, 360 degrees approach. We see that it is very important to tackle the root causes, the drivers for migration. There are many. Some are economic, environmental, sometimes it's conflict. So we need to invest into the root causes to try and make migration not a lifesaver, but a choice. It should be a choice. And on that, I would like to emphasize the importance of dealing with the humanitarian development and peace nexus, which is very important. And in close to this, we want migrants, in fact, to travel based upon evidence, or to, if they wish to migrate, they should be, it should be done based on solid information about skills, job opportunities available, and skills they have. The matching between the skills and the job opportunities is of utmost importance. And on the African level, for that purpose, we encourage and we are trying with our African brothers here to reach to make a platform, a database that includes all the skills that are available on the continent and all the job vacancies that would be available on the continent also, to better match and to encourage a regular and well-managed migration. Migration as a factor of development to reach the sustainable development goals, both in the countries of origin and countries of destination. Now, when we talk about voluntary migration, of course, we focus very much on two mechanisms. First, establishing legal pathways that can be done via regional or international groupings. We do this with some countries, with some partners in Europe or in the Gulf or in Africa too. And we also, the second track would be the bilateral migration agreements, which also we stress the importance of this mechanism. And it's a very secure mechanism that we apply through the Ministry of Labor in my country, where we prepare our migrants. I mean, we help them. We diffuse the information about potential job opportunities abroad, and we try to recruit the best applicants, and we support them in the writing of the contracts, signing of the contracts, ensuring that the contracts include the protection of their rights and the integration into the host country. And the skills development also in this framework is very important, because we need also to exert extra efforts all together to push for skills recognition Africa-wide and beyond. And we have preached this also during the consultations we had in August concerning the freedom of movement protocol in Kigali last August, if I'm correct. And this is a very important issue, skills recognition and facilitating visa regimes also is one of the challenges for migrants to be able to travel and take their posts once they have secured an opportunity, a job opportunity abroad. I want to also just very briefly, in order not to take too much time, focus on the importance of integrating migrants into host communities. It is very important to have the migrants integrated into society for many reasons. It encourages social cohesion within the migrant community and also between migrant community and host community. And in this framework, Egypt as a GCM champion is proud to have many programs, social development programs locally in Egypt to help integrate the migrants we have. And Egypt has more than 10 million migrants and refugees. And we do not have camps. Our migrants and refugees are referred to in our official and political discourse as guests, and we welcome them in our society. So one achievement that we have just launched and we are very proud of is the joint platform for refugees and migrants in Egypt. This is now the inbound migrants, not outbound migrants. And this is an innovative program that we have launched in partnership with the United Nation family. It includes, for the first time, like an institutional cooperation between IOM, UNHCR, WHO, and UNICEF to focus on the provision or the access to education and health for migrants and refugees in Egypt. And we're very proud that it's the first of all over the world. And the purpose of this program is to really scale up the provision of these services on a wider scale. I think I will stop there. And the last word would be, again, the importance of international cooperation when it comes to dealing with migration. No country can do it on its own. We need to collaborate all together, countries, partnership with the private sector, with the civil society, with international organizations, all together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador, Deputy Assistant Minister of Foreign Affairs of Egypt. My next speaker is a very vibrant young man. Joel Odige is Deputy General Secretary, International Trade Union Confederation, based here on the continent, and he comes from the labor movement. Odinge.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, that was a bit of it's not a demotion, but there's been a promotion. I'm the General Secretary for our organization, but that is fine. Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, thank you for the opportunity to take the floor. And I will be speaking very briefly with respect to some work around Objective 6, like others have mentioned, what is it we are doing with fair recruitment as workers? First, when we say the labor market, the way we term it, yes, it is the labor market, but workers within the labor market are not commodities. And so, like for migrants also, they are not commodities, they are human beings. And so it's not the case of demand and supply, like you are trading in humans. It is persons with rights, with feelings, and all of that. And so there are issues of protection and all that comes with it. When we look at it, why is recruitment not fair? It is because it is rift with exploitation, with abuses, and a lot of infractions. And we are saying, how do we get rid of all of these? And as workers, they are our members. Given the fact that they are members, then we must exact ourselves. within the spaces and protecting them. What do we do? In defense, protection and promotion of their human and labor rights, we advocate for them. We provide them education generally, and then we create awareness. Strictly in terms of advocacy, what's the advocacy we do? Advocacy for the adoption, ratification, application, and enforcement of rights-based frameworks at the national, sub-regional, regional, international level. For recruitment, for pursuit for recruitment, the ILO General Principles and Guidelines on Fair Recruitment is an authority document and a guide to, when you apply, you deal with all lot of infractions and abuses in fair recruitment. There are provisions within the ILO conventions that talk about it first within the 10 garments of ILO conventions, and Convention 81, Convention 190, Convention 189, of course, 43, 97 and 143 are very important. Our own conventions on the continent, the African Union Protocol on Free Movement of Persons, and then the declaration that we just had last year on the protection of migrants and members of their families. The application of them is critical. When we talk about the exploitation that we see, how do we get around it? I like the explanation the brother from Egypt made. In similar arrangement, the idea is to protect these persons, make sure you can do it in pragmatic ways. We have developed what we call the Migrant Recruitment Advisor. It's an online tool where we show our people where you have responsible recruitment agencies across the continent. We encourage the recruitment agencies to also go to this website and look at how they are being described, how migrant workers see their services. And if they want to change that, we can work together to change it. We provide our migrants with supports. Clearly, part of the challenge we see that migrants suffer really is the crisis when they go outside our continent. And again, I will reference what has been said that is nice. We have seen skills mismatching and sometimes skills waste on account of bad information or disinformation that people get. And then they suffer. But equally critical is that in the course of their suffering, access to justice becomes something that we really must address. And as trade unions, we try to match our members with organizations that are in countries that can support them with access to justice. When they choose to want to return, and we've had some persons, especially those of our brothers and sisters that go to the Middle East, with the practice of the kafala system, holding passport sponsorship arrangement, exit visa arrangement that all make them run foul of the law. What we find is that critically, these persons don't have voices for them. The trade unions step in and we support our government to try to get them back. And so we are not a humanitarian organization, but sometimes we find ourselves repatriating our members back to motherland. Finally, we're not the least, is that because they are workers, they need voice and representation. Freedom of association for this person is key. And as trade unions, we try to organize them wherever they are. It's not also that if they are not members in the country, wherever they are, they will link them up with the trade unions in those countries. And then they bond together and they are able to protect themselves. We have seen good results, comrades, very good results, where trade unions in collaboration, and this is important because the last speaker before me also made the point, as organized labor, we are interested in mobilizing, consciously mobilizing for the community of collaborators, where we say we can't do this alone. We need our government, we need employers, we need all to come together to do this. And in building the community of collaborators as trade unions, we have been able to enter relationship with trade unions and recruitment agencies in Ethiopia, in Nigeria, in Kenya, in Uganda, Ghana. We are on the move on building that. Anywhere we can to say, how do we work together to protect the right of these persons. We build this relationship. In South Africa, we see trade unions exposing recruitment agencies who are overcharging potential migrants and calling them. So by so doing, the regulation of recruitment processes, we are also active in it and we are reporting so that we can address this together in a collaborative manner. Chair, I will stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel Odigwe. My panelists include the last speaker, Mr. Johannes yes, Mr. Johannes Timber, who is the Director, Government Relations Program of Africa. And he is my last speaker on my panel. And most of you will see on our original program, he is replacing Hossein. So he becomes our last speaker on this panel. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. To yourself, Your Excellencies, many thanks for this opportunity. I'm talking on the side of the business, but most importantly, trying to put in the flesh to the bones to the issues that were raised by the panels before and by the stakeholders yesterday. But most importantly, those around option 5, 6, and also 18, as far as the business community is concerned. A lot of talk was made about development of pathways. And pathways are very, very important. But the most important thing is, what are those pathways? The pathways can mean those who are highly skilled, those who are actually needed by companies that are invested in the country for just to bring those key talent in the country for skills transfer and therefore lead locals to continue for the sustainability of the business. And in many statutory framework across the continent, there are very few countries with such an option. And that option is very, very important. The second one is the issue of ensuring that there are options for low-skilled migrants within the region and between our countries within the region. And this is an option that you find that is not there. It has potential benefits of providing peace of mind to those migrants who are traveling from country to country, seeking opportunities. But of great importance there is the fact that it enables them to actually eke a living without any concern and prevents exploitation from those who may like to take advantage of them. The other interesting option, though, remains the youthful population that we have, that through the efforts of our government continue to go to school to get qualifications so that they can be able to eke out their living. Most of those youths don't have opportunities. And across the region, you'll find that there are limited options or pathways for those people to be able to undergo internship programs in other countries within the region or across the continent. I must note that there are countries that have made commendable efforts in that regard to have those visa options. But we need to ensure that we make those visa options as common as possible. But the most notable one is, even though that you can have the policy framework in place, it's of no use if actually that policy framework is not modernized. Digitalization is something that many governments within the region have done it, but we need to actually ensure that many governments also take that route of digitalization. But most importantly, those governments without means to do so can be supported by others within the region. In as far as ethical recruitment, a lot of my panelists have spoken about it. This is very, very important. What is important about it is that governments need to work out options for ensuring that employers that are trusted, that are compliant, have that opportunity of recruiting talent from abroad and can be able to be trusted to look after the interests of those people. Programs such as trusted employer schemes are quite good, can help in ensuring that only those who have been compliant with statutory requirement in the country can be able to attract talent or employ foreign nationals in the country. I would like to conclude by also turning to the issue of skills development and mutual recognition of qualification. Skills development is very, very important. Skills development needs to be based on evidence, on data that many panelists have spoken about throughout the day. But that requires full society approach in coming together with the government, with the business, to actually determine the skills that the country needs. But that will not be enough without working very hard to ensure that mutual recognition of qualifications is actually put in place. It's of benefit for my side as a person from South Africa. I've seen it being beneficial, where you find that those whose qualifications are recognized in other countries are able to acquire work visas with ease and speedily so, and are able to start looking after their families and plow back their skills into the society that they've now adopted. I would like to pause there, Mr. Chair, and those are some of the inputs that I wanted to make from the side of business. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Tiba, for your intervention. Our next segment, I am calling for people to speak from the floor. First, we start with the 3 from governments. Then I'll move on to 2 from civil society. If time is permitting, we are going to have another 3 from governments. So those who have written their names here will have a chance to speak. But please allow me, because we have many people who want to intervene, that the speakers from the floor should take less than 3 minutes. So I don't want to look at my watch, but look at your watch before you speak so that you can be within 3 minutes. So with that allowance and a general rule, I want to call upon Madam Fatima Aljina from the Republic of Chad to take the floor.
Bon après-midi à tous. Alors, j'essaierai d'être bref vu qu'on n'a que 3 minutes, ce qui m'oblige à laisser mon introduction. Donc, je suis la ministre déléguée aux Affaires étrangères du Tchad et donc nous sommes ravis de participer à cet examen du pacte mondial ici à Addis. Je profite aussi de l'occasion pour féliciter le pays hôte et les organisateurs pour leur accueil chaleureux. Pour aller directement, la question de la migration fait partie intégrante du programme politique du chef de l'État tchadien. Le président tchadien, en déclinant son projet de société et sa politique générale du gouvernement, a défini des priorités claires, dont celle des questions migratoires et des réfugiés. La question migratoire demeure et reste un domaine important pour notre gouvernement au vu des besoins humanitaires dus à l'afflux soudain et massif des réfugiés et des retournés tchadiens suite à la crise au Soudan voisin et pays frères. Ce moment nous donne l'opportunité de faire le point sur la situation en termes de flux migratoires, des principaux types de mobilité, sur la gouvernance de la migration dans notre pays, sur le cadre légal et normatif, sur les bonnes pratiques, mais aussi sur les défis et lacunes dont mon pays, le Tchad, en tant que pays champion du PMM, a fait face et continue de faire face. De 2021 à nos jours, 124 000 migrants ont été observés dans le nord du Tchad et une partie dans le sud du pays. Le Tchad, en tant que pays d'origine, de transit et de destination, a observé plusieurs types de mobilité, dont les migrations économiques, internes et externes, liées à la recherche du travail, les migrations liées à la traite des êtres humains, les expulsions des migrants des pays frontaliers vers le Tchad, les déplacements forcés dus au terrorisme, à Boko Haram et à des conflits communautaires. Les migrations de retour des populations déplacées, l'exode rural et les retours volontaires assistés. L'Afrique, notre continent, est devenue une région propice au développement de déplacements divers des personnes, réfugiés, rapatriés et personnes déplacées. Ces déplacements influencent la situation économique des pays d'accueil, de transit et de départ. Nous sommes donc tous interpellés à créer les conditions d'un développement économique, social harmonieux dans nos pays et en Afrique en général, afin que cette mobilité soit utilisée au profit du développement de nos continents. Des solutions durables aux déplacements forcés en Afrique nécessitent des réactions efficaces, culturellement appropriées, basées sur la recherche et la participation de la communauté. Il nous faut aussi une coordination et une synergie d'action pour y parvenir. Nos États doivent respecter les obligations qui les incombent en vertu du droit international.
Please finish.
Juste, oui, pour conclure, j'ai là quelques suggestions à l'attention de l'assistante et du rapporteur, bien évidemment. Il nous faut une assistante humanitaire et de protection pour amener un soutien pour la protection des Tchadiens vulnérables qui se trouvent dans des situations de conflit ou d'insécurité. La facilitation du retour volontaire avec l'aide des partenaires tels que l'OIM pour l'organisation du retour des migrants dans leur pays d'origine. Il faut aussi des programmes de réintégration pour les rapatrier, leur offrant un soutien dans leur communauté d'origine. Il faut aussi la collaboration des pays voisins pour renforcer la coopération entre le gouvernement des pays afin de faciliter le transit et le retour des Tchadiens. Il faut aussi sensibiliser et à long terme établir un dialogue sur des initiatives visant à améliorer la résilience des communautés frontalières, réduisant ainsi le besoin d'immigration forcée en cas de crise future. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le ministre, pour la parole accordée.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your short intervention. I now call upon the Honorable Tinjan Aliyu Ahmed, Honorable Federal Commissioner for Refugee, Migrants, and Internal Displaced Persons. You have the floor. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Nigeria is an important destination, transit and source country for migrants across the world. Nigerian migrants make significant contributions to host countries, driving economic growth and cultural exchange. As a host country, Nigeria also demonstrates its commitment to supporting displaced populations, providing refuge to over 100,000 refugees who are integrated into national programs with the government's support, facilitating inclusion in society. Despite this, we recognize that Nigerian migrants face challenges in accessing clear pathways to regularize their stay abroad. They can result in the abuse of labor rights and other fundamental freedoms. To address these concerns, Nigeria has developed strategic initiatives aimed at equipping its migrants with the necessary logistics tools to migrate safely and legally. Through our partnerships with the International Organization for Migration, we have established migrant resource centers across the country. These centers offer critical information and guidance to potential migrants, helping them navigate legal migration channels while understanding the risk of regular migration. In addition, initiatives such as the Nigerian Talent Export Program, NATEP, and other talent export schemes provide migrants with structured pathways for securing employment opportunities abroad. As Nigeria assumes the chairmanship of the Rabat process in 2025, our vision is to promote a Pan-African approach to migration governance, shifting the narrative around African migration. We will focus on advancing regular pathways and advocating for the regularization of migratory status for African migrants across the globe, emphasizing the positive impacts migrants bring to their host societies. This vision aligns with our broader goal of fostering mutual respect and shared prosperity for migrants and host communities alike. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. And my next speaker is Mr. Amin Shabi, Head of Division, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Morocco.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Permettez-moi en premier lieu de vous remercier ainsi que les différents panélistes qui se sont succédés pour aborder justement aborder la question que nous avons sous examen. Le Royaume du Maroc, comme vous le savez, a fait de la question migratoire une priorité essentielle dans son engagement en faveur d'un monde plus juste, plus équitable et plus solidaire face aux grands défis de notre époque. Se pose à nous collectivement la question de la construction d'une mobilité ordonnée. La Constitution du Royaume du Maroc de 2011 garantit les droits fondamentaux pour tous les individus présents sur son territoire, sans aucune distinction. Les citoyens marocains bénéficient de leurs droits humains au même titre que les étrangers, y compris le droit à la santé, à l'éducation, au loyer et autres. La mise en œuvre de la stratégie nationale d'immigration et d'asile, la SNIA, qui a entamé sa décennie de mise en œuvre, vise à consolider au niveau national l'approche et l'engagement du Maroc en matière migratoire, de l'entrée des migrants sur le territoire marocain, leur accueil, l'accès aux services de base, l'octroi de droits à l'éducation, à la santé, aux activités culturelles. Le Royaume du Maroc veille à l'inaliénabilité des droits des migrants. L'approche migratoire ne devrait en aucune manière être exclusivement traitée sous le prisme sécuritaire. L'exercice du Maroc de ses compétences sur son territoire, notamment la gestion des flux migratoires, se fait dans le strict respect des standards du droit international et de ses engagements internationaux. C'est dans ce sens que Sa Majesté le roi Mohamed VI, fort de son engagement aussi bien national qu'international, est devenu leader de l'Union africaine sur la question migratoire, mandat qui lui a été confié par ses pays frères africains. Conséquence de la confiance placée en la personne de Sa Majesté le roi, vient l'adoption à l'unanimité de l'agenda africain pour la migration, adopté par la conférence de l'Union africaine en janvier 2018. Le Royaume du Maroc a été le premier pays nord-africain à être désigné comme champion par l'OIM pour la mise en œuvre du pacte de Marrakech par le réseau des Nations Unies pour les migrations. Il met intégralement en œuvre le pacte de Marrakech dans ses 23 objectifs et a développé 35 bonnes pratiques nationales qui concernent l'ensemble des 10 objectifs. Il a abrité les 1er et 2 mai 2018 à Marrakech, la 5e conférence ministérielle du dialogue euro-africain sur la migration et le développement qui a été couronné par l'adoption de la déclaration et du plan d'action de Marrakech. Ce sont là, Monsieur le Président, quelques actions concrètes qui ont été déclinées par le Royaume du Maroc et je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now I move to civil society. And it's time that we listen to our youth, Rose Kobusinge, AU and IOM Youth Migration Ambassador from Uganda. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, delegates and ministers. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. My name is Rose Kobusinge, and I'm one of the AU IOM Youth Migration Ambassador, but also a focal point for the Migration, Children and Youth Platform. So when I was coming here, I remembered of a situation, many situations that I actually come across, where I met friends and colleagues in Europe who you find they live, let's say, in Germany, and then they decide, oh, I'm tired of living in Germany, now I want to go to Italy for like 3 years because I want to work with a certain organization there, or because I like the city there. And to me, I always often think, I wish that was possible for an African young woman, young person, young man. And if it was possible to have that freedom to move, find work, feel safe and be protected. And I've thought about how a stagnant youth population means a stagnant economy, means stagnant Africa. But I firmly believe that Africa can achieve this. And but that needs to start with recognizing that the system that we have of restricting migration and movement was not designed for us. I mean, it was not designed by Africans or with Africans, but designed over Africans, designed to suppress Africans without ability to move freely, to move education, skills, technology. Then Africa cannot harness the power of the youth. We've had everyone share about how Africa has the youngest population in the world. So we need to claim back Africa for Africans. And we also have to recognize that making migration restrictive, making borders impossible, it means direct failure in efforts of curbing irregular migration. And by that, I mean irregular migration even within the continent or abroad. So if we don't open up regular pathways, then it means we're going to continue seeing these sad pictures, these sad realities, losing lives of many young people, children and women in the seas and the Mediterranean and the oceans, as well as we continue getting discriminated, we continue seeing xenophobia. And so that means like implementing the GCM requires linkage with other policies and other sector, intersectoral collaborations. And implementing GCM, if we do not ensure that practical projects are implemented, green skills, green jobs for the youth, providing resources, and mostly building trust with the migrants, with the youth, with the people on the move, I don't think we'll be able to progress from what we've already achieved. As African youth, we refuse to be shaped by migration policies. Instead, we climb our seats at the table to shape these policies ourselves, and we're already changing the narrative. As a young person, I've been taking leadership to implement the Kampala Declaration on Migration, Environment, and Climate Change, working with IDPs, migrants, youth, and refugees, with support from the governments of Uganda and the IOM. And moreover, we need that support with you. We need to work with member states, with the UN, the civil sector, the private sector. We want to collaborate with you as young people. And to conclude is that let's continue working together, and we must make Africa for Africans and create Africa for Africans as well as Africans for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know you wanted to say more, but I had to stop you because of time. I have one more speaker, and I thought we should have an African regional labor migration specialist from the ILO so that we are complete. Madam Gloria Moreno, please, you have the floor, but you have very few minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all of you participants. The International Labour Organization would like to highlight that it has been working closely with the IOM and the African Union Commission in achieving significant advances in the African continent that contribute to improving the implementation of the GCM labor migration governance focus. Permit me first of all to mention the recent launch in May 2024 of the Africa GCC Doha Dialogue on Labor Mobility, which serves as a public platform between African countries as countries of origin and the GCC Jordan, and Lebanon as countries of destination, and has the objective to enhance labor mobility governance and protecting migrant workers' rights. Secondly, very recently, the African Union endorsed a fair and ethical recruitment strategy for Africa during its 5th ordinary session of the Specialized Technical Committee on Social Development, Labor and Employment that met in August 2024. Thirdly, I would like to highlight that the Joint Labor Migration Program, jointly implemented by the ILO, IOM, and the African Union Commission, has also supported the African Union's validation of the 2021 Declaration on the Protection and Promotion of the Rights of Migrant Workers, as well as the 2021 Guidelines on Developing Bilateral Labor Migration Agreements, all of them supporting at least 6 GCM objectives, the implementation of GCM objectives. I would also like to mention another important milestone is the communiqué to the 2023 First Africa Labor Migration Conference, organized by the ILO, the African Union, the International Trade Union Confederation, ITUC Africa, and the International Organization of Employers, IOE. In addition, it is noteworthy to acknowledge that a large number of African countries have formulated and effectively implemented labor migration policies or labor migration strategies. I would like to mention at least 5 of them: Eswatini, Lesotho, Namibia, Seychelles, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And this is not the full list. Lastly, the ILO would like to salute the increase in the ratification of relevant ILO conventions on the protection of migrant workers in the African continent. These are Convention 97, lately ratified by Comoros, Congo, Brazzaville, Sierra Leone, and Somalia, as well as the ratification of ILO Convention 143 by Comoros, Congo, Brazzaville, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and Somalia. To conclude, dear chairperson and dear participants, permit me to mention that in partnership with the rest of the UN system and the African Union, the ILO has played and will continue to play a critical role in addressing the challenges faced by migrant workers by providing policy advice, capacity development, and producing research and advocacy tools, particularly aiming at supporting ministries of labor, employers organizations, and workers organizations that will permit them to acquire the necessary knowledge to improve labor migration governance. Labor migration benefits from close cooperation across different departments of the ILO and requires a coordinated, integrated, and multilateral approach, which is crucial to address such a complex area of work. Thank you very much to you, and I really hope we all have fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, I would like to thank all the distinguished participants for the inputs provided to this, the 4th session of regional review, and for those speaking from the floor and those who had written their names, please submit your written statements to the Secretariat so they can take it on board. But thank you very much.
Would you please give another round of applause to His Excellency, Mr. July Moyo, Minister of Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare, Zimbabwe, and co-chair of this meeting. Thank you very much. Group photo would be nice. Cameraman, if you're around, out and about. Thank you so much once again. Congratulations, Mr. Chairman. I think we should also congratulate the Republic of Zimbabwe and the Republic of Sierra Leone for their co-chairmanship of this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Republic of Zimbabwe and the Republic of Sierra Leone. Thank you very much. I have been notified that the UNECA IOM Joint Communication Team has set up spots for anyone who would like to give interviews during the break. So if you wish to give an interview, they are happy to receive right as you walk around the coffee break area. So now time for coffee, stretch our legs a little bit, but it's only 15 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We still have one more session when we get back before our evening reception. That's going to happen here. So please do make it back to the session in 15 minutes. So enjoy your coffee break. Thank you.
Apa photographe نشوف له منها image.
شفتها
اوكي.
ما هي ما ربط نارتها
اي.
كلام ده بين ما نقول بنيه كده نارتها خليك في المية
اوكي.
ما نصين يقول قال
وينتونا بعدين.
je pense quoi
اوكي.
كمان تاني تاني
نتيت ايه اكسيون دول cadre normatif دول شنو règlement législatif دول juridique دول j'ai oublié les chiffres de réfugiés, j'aurais voulu le dire au Nessif. On accueille plus de 900 000 là, on dort mieux sommes. Aïe, les suggestions, aïe, sur le atelier. C'est très flou, hein. C'est ce que j'ai vu même avec mon téléphone, c'est flou. Il n'y a pas beaucoup de lumière.
Merci.
Merci.
C'est comme moi j'ai pris, c'est bon. Mais il a fait les côtés.
Très sombre. Avec cher. Problème de lumière.
Non, l'image est bonne.
Non, regarde l'image. Ça dit, tu vois la il te crache. Quand tu as grandi déjà, là.
Ça, c'est bon. Tu t'appelles.
Oui, je veux bien du café. Café.
Non, c'est bon. Non, mais regarde, quand tu as grandi, ça crache pas. Tu changer la pas d'émission, pas d'émission, d'émission. Il y en a pas? Tu n'as pas?
En tout cas, je vous observe.
Non, je dis, non, c'est ça, là où il y a le problème. Tu demandes à David ou bien à l'autre, là où il y a le problème. Non, le problème,
Qui est fort, je vais donner mon numéro WhatsApp.
voilà,
Oui, si.
voilà. Après ça, c'est quoi? Il y a quoi? C'est
Après,
16 heures seulement.
après, il faut qu'on aille au bilatéral. Après, c'est fini.
Hein?
On va aller. C'est fini.
Siamo ragazzi di posi.
Toutes les cafés, ça le chipta, Michel a remporté, qui est une dôme là.
طبعا كنت في بقى انا كنت لازم
15 minutes. C'est la même chose. J'allais revenir. On a déjà entamé 5 minutes. On va attendre la session. On va revoir. Il y a une dernière session et après on va au bilatéral, c'est ça? Il y a une cérémonie après? Parce que peut-être ça concerne. Il l'a dit, hein.
Il y a une cérémonie.
Il a dit au micro. Il a dit après la session. Il y a une. Ah, d'accord, ok.
Moi, je pensais que j'allais revenir avant.
Mais c'est ça, j'ai fini. D'abord, j'ai vu que vous n'étiez pas là.
Ah, d'accord. J'étais allée aux toilettes.
Ah, j'ai juste sauté le paragraphe sur le comme il n'y avait pas. Ils nous ont donné que 3 minutes.
Oui.
Sur tout ce qui est
Il fallait.
cadre,
pratique.
oui, ça, j'ai omis ça. Je suis allée directement au conclu.
Les bonnes pratiques, vous avez fait.
Non, oui. Enfin, non. Une partie, je n'ai pas fait le cadre
Ok.
légal et puis.
Check.
C'était intéressant de pouvoir faire les réalisations. Oui, ça, je l'ai souligné. La langue qui est devenue. Parce que les gars,
Test.
de la fièvre. ماشي كمان بقول اول يوم رحت ما تخليش اجيب
Test. Test. 1, 2, 3, test. Check. Hello. Test 1, 2, 3, test. This one too. Check test. Check one. This one. Check. This one. Check this. 1, 2. Check.
No, as vi como na minha design diga insensível. Ah, faz aí hasta que tá plástico.
Test. Test. Check. Test.
On this check. This. This. This.
Aí. Ana ma kan ji ba san ma ne ji kuka ba ga ji ah ite ma ki san ka ni bon moi comme le delta brand il n'a pas de bagage c'est juste l'Europe simple ah tu dois pas trop comment on le culturel ay ay ده بس un mélange dolce بس ساينسيس دول وانا عارفه I'm back to get preparation.
This one, two.
Ah, d'accord, allez, ok. Gobul. Ah, d'accord, je vois. Allez, je vois. Ah, là, c'est Charles. Allez, on a fini. C'est ça, je continue. Au fruit, on peut le faire, non? Le baramba, les fruits, le carton en fruits.
Is- Is-
Test one.
Ok, d'accord, d'accord. خلينا نشوف ده هسه انا شفته هنا ده شفت اورانج انا معسل هو هذا شفت من هنا انا اورانج كلفة بوار فريز
Honorable ladies and gentlemen, we'll now proceed to the next session, which will be the last session of the day, on key findings from the sub-regions. I hope the moderator and the panelists for this last session are back. Can I see with a show of a hand if our moderator speakers, I've seen 2 people, hopefully more joining us. This session will be moderated by Dr. Sabelo Mbokazi. We have him? Not yet. Mr. Robina Ajugwo, do I have him? Great. Yeah, would you please come on stage and take your seat? Mr. Maxime Ake, do I have him? Ambassador Mr. Jevin Pilari Ponisami from SADC, and Miss Fatia Alwan. So we still have some more people coming to join us, but I think the panel is almost full now. They will join us as we go. Thank you so much once again for rejoining here in time for the last session. Remember, there is a reception at the end of this before we go home. The reception, to give the announcement now, will be in the other room or hall opposite this one. So as we finish here, we'll reconvene there for more networking opportunities and, chatting and also discussing some of the things that you think are really important, for which you didn't get the opportunity to ask or to comment earlier on the sessions. So there will be a reception, an early reminder of that at the end of the day today. With that, I'd like to leave the floor to Dr. Sabelo Mbokazi, Head of Division, Migration, Labor and Employment at the African Union Commission. Sir, the floor is yours now. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have a session here, and this session focuses on the regional economic unities. So we've got the distinguished panelists, and the distinguished panelists will be providing feedback on the regional consultations that took place in their respective regions. But before I give them the floor, I just want to, on behalf of the African Union, thank all the panelists that came before this panel for the insightful information that have shared with us. At African Union, we studied the routes. So we studied the northern route, we studied the eastern route. These are our migratory routes. We study all the routes, even the southern route. The southern route is a little bit neglected. No one is putting money to it. Is there anyone here who has just read the report on southern route? No, you will not see it anywhere. You will only hear about the northern route. That's where you get reports and the latest statistics and data. But the recs are here. They will provide more information on this. The audience, colleagues and gentlemen, what we expect from you is to monitor the panelists here. The principles of GCM is common understanding, shared responsibility, and unity of purpose. So we believe that in their interventions, there should be at least within these principles. We have ECOWAS, we have ECAS on the podium, we have IGAD, we have SADC, and additionally we'll have Uganda that is going to make a presentation on a regional forum on labor migration. So we'll start right away with the presentation. But colleagues and gentlemen, we would request you to speak for the minimum of 3 minutes and the maximum of 5 minutes. And if you go beyond that, we will let you know. Can we have another mic? 3 or 4 mics. So colleagues and gentlemen, I would like to invite our colleague, Mr. Obina, who represents ECOWAS. I'm going to ask all of them when they speak to come to the podium. Yes, please come to the podium. So 3 minutes or 5 minutes starts.
Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Stand on existing protocols. On behalf of the ECOWAS Commission and its leadership, permit me to extend our sincere gratitude to be part and parcel of this all-important meeting. I have been tasked to present the summary and outcome of the ECOWAS sub-regional consultation on the implementation of the GCM. In preparation for the second regional review of the Global Compact for Migration, the ECOWAS Commission, in collaboration with the UN Migration Network, organized a sub-regional consultation on the 3rd and 4th September in Abuja, Nigeria, to assess the progress and strategies for advancing the implementation of the GCM in the sub-region. The meeting was attended by representatives from ECOWAS, regional UN network members, civil society, international organizations, academia, and other key stakeholders. The main objective of the sub-regional consultation was to create an opportunity for ECOWAS member states and stakeholders to review the progress, share experiences, exchange best practices, and address challenges in implementing the GCM in the ECOWAS region. The discussion was structured in 3 roundtable panel discussions. In the interest of time, I will just go diving straight to the best practices which we had recorded. On regular pathways, the promotion of regular pathways has been reinforced through the robust implementation of the Free Movement Protocol within the ECOWAS space. The first phase of the protocol, which is the right of entry, has been fully actualized, along with the implementation of supplementary acts, such as the introduction of the ECOWAS National Biometric ID Card, which seeks to further facilitate mobility of persons within the region, as well as abolition of residence permits and the 30-day stay limitation for community citizens. There are also advancements in regards to labor migration. The Federal Republic of Nigeria supports migrant workers through migrant resource centers and the National Electronic Labor Exchange, NELEX, which helps to prevent exploitation of migrant workers. The Republic of Benin is currently working on a labor migration agreement with Kuwait, which will further strengthen labor migration between both countries. And the Republic of Ghana is in the process of signing memoranda of understanding and bilateral labor agreements with countries where there are a significant number of Ghanaians working. This will ultimately support the protection of rights of these migrants. Furthermore, in regards to migration observatories, the Republic of Cabo Verde and the Republic of Guinea have established migration observatories, fostering dialogue and data sharing on migration. It was also recommended that member states of the ECOWAS sub-region should have their own observatories in order to be able to establish a network of observatories. With regards to border management, the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Republic of Ghana are currently utilizing the Migration Information and Data Analysis System, MIDAS, for border management, which has strengthened border management systems in these countries. The ECOWAS Commission in June 2024 also inaugurated the heads of national boundary commissions. The boundary commissions work closely with the immigration services and most importantly, with the border communities. And it's at this level that the cross-border interventions can be sustained. In respect to trafficking of persons, through the support of ECOWAS, significant strides has been recorded in strengthening data and information exchanges on cross-border trafficking. As a concrete example, the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire has established a national committee on counter-trafficking, which collaborates with Nigeria and Morocco to combat trafficking in persons. There are also advancements at the policy level, such as the case of the Republic of Sierra Leone with the newly enacted law that discourages child marriage, considering it as a form of trafficking. With regards to diaspora engagement, the Republic of Benin has implemented an online registration system for the diaspora, providing biometric ID cards and residence certificates to ensure legal identity and offering consular protection during the migration process. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, after deliberations during the sub-regional consultative meeting, the following recommendations were submitted. On the protection of migrants, the meeting agreed that there's a need to strengthen engagement with border communities to enhance the protection of migrant rights. There's also a need to strengthen child protection systems in all stages of migration and promote child-inclusive policies. There's a need to prioritize the combat against sexual and gender-based violence. There's a need to strengthen the social protection of migrants, focusing on women and children and their access to health services and social amenities. There's also a need to protect returnees through regional social protection program to ensure their reintegration into society. On border management and regional and international cooperation, the meeting reiterated the need to strengthen international cooperation on counter-trafficking, develop protocols for victim identification and protection, as well as raise awareness at the community level. It was also recommended that we must expand the use of MIDAS across countries in the region to improve information exchange and further strengthen migrant protection at borders. Also, efforts must be made to harmonize travel documents and ensure the acceptance of the regional biometric ID card across all member states, as well as the implementation of the abolition of the 90-day stay limitation and residence permit for all ECOWAS citizens. On diaspora and stakeholder engagement, there's a need to strengthen diaspora engagement. The need to strengthen diaspora engagement cannot be overemphasized. We must promote investment opportunities for the diaspora, including them in policy making, and facilitate their voting rights in their home countries. On data collection and protection, it was agreed that member states should align their data systems and harmonize data collection practices to enhance data protection and ownership within the ECOWAS region. And finally, we all agree on the need to increase the involvement of stakeholders, especially youth, in the implementation of the Global Compact for Migration, given that most of the migration in Africa is amongst the youth. They must be carried along in policy making and in the implementation process. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all member states within the ECOWAS region for their achievements and engagement. And I hope that some of our good practices and achievements can inspire other RECs and countries. We also hope that the experiences shared during this forum will allow us to learn from other experiences and advance our collective objective. Once again, I thank you all for listening.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, ECOWAS. We are now going to invite ECAS. So we are moving from the West. We are moving to the Central Africa. We have our brother, Maxim. You can start, Maxima, your 5 minutes start.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur. Alors, je représente la région de l'Afrique centrale. Je voulais déjà d'entrée de jeu me féliciter de la présence du Tchad qui, dans le cadre de cette rencontre, est pays champion pour la mise en œuvre du pacte mondial. C'est un pays de l'Afrique centrale. Alors, il faut reconnaître que au-delà de la mise en œuvre du pacte mondial pour les migrations, on appelle aussi pacte de Marrakech, il y a un certain nombre de blocages au niveau déjà de l'intégration de l'Afrique tout entière, non seulement la région de l'Afrique centrale. Quand on parle de 55 pays, il n'y en a que 4 qui ont ratifié le pacte de la libre circulation. Ça veut dire que tout ce que nous sommes en train de dire ne peut être efficient que s'il y a un réel engagement de nos États à vouloir faire de la migration et de l'intégration une voie vers le développement. Alors, en ce qui concerne les instruments, parce qu'on n'a pas assez de temps, donc je vais aller essentiellement sur ce qui a été fait dans ces dernières années, enfin voilà, et qui concourt à la mise en œuvre de ce pacte. On ne peut pas diriger une communauté si on n'a pas d'instruments. Alors, les instruments, en termes d'instruments juridiques que nous avons à l'Afrique centrale, bien sûr, on fait un plaidoyer sur la ratification du protocole du BIT sur un certain nombre de questions. On en a parlé hier. Nous-mêmes, on a mis en place, depuis l'année 2022, une politique qui est en cours, une politique régionale pour la gouvernance de la migration de la main-d'œuvre. Nous avons aussi entamé déjà au bout de 3 réunions dans 3 pays différents, le Rwanda, le Burundi, non, le Rwanda, on a été à Kigali, c'est le Rwanda. On a été dans 2 autres pays, y compris l'Angola, pour la mise en œuvre de la politique de protection sociale. Parce que cette politique de protection sociale, nous estimons que c'est un outil important pour les questions de transportabilité des droits et aussi de reconnaissance des différents droits et d'un mécanisme de convertibilité entre différents États. Ça, ce sont des instruments pratiques que nous avons mis. Il y a un instrument aussi que nous avons créé, mis en place en termes de coopération mutuelle et d'entraide judiciaire entre la CEDEAO et la CEAC, mais qui est bien antérieur au pacte mondial. Mais le pacte mondial aussi incite les communautés économiques régionales et les États membres à nouer des accords de coopération et de partenariat pour faire avancer la dynamique migratoire. Alors, il a été question que nous faisons aussi un plaidoyer auprès des États membres pour insérer l'apport des migrants dans les programmes nationaux de développement. Nous avons entamé en 2019 la mise en place d'un observatoire régional des migrations. Malheureusement, le projet s'est arrêté à mi-chemin. Il reste encore la partie décisionnelle par le Conseil des ministres. Cet observatoire régional des migrations aurait permis à notre région d'avoir vraiment des informations, des données sur les composantes, les profils des migrants dans notre région. Vous savez que la migration, surtout celle de la main-d'œuvre qui concourt au développement, est essentielle et souvent la facilitation pour la libre circulation des compétences est nécessaire. C'est par rapport à cela qu'un mécanisme de reconnaissance mutuelle des diplômes, des certifications et des mécanismes de diplômes, de certification et de compétences est en train d'être mis en place aussi au niveau de l'architecture régionale des compétences. C'est ce que nous sommes en train de faire avec l'ACQF. Nous sommes en train de parler de plus en plus de la migration dans sa globalité, mais nous ignorons enfin, on n'ignore pas. Il y a quand même quelques délégués avant moi qui ont soulevé la question de la jeunesse. Vous savez quand même que nous avons près de 65% des jeunes qui ont moins, enfin de la population qui est jeune, qui ont moins de 35 ans. Et ces jeunes aujourd'hui sont confrontés à de nombreux défis. Des défis liés au manque de débouchés, les défis liés au poids du secteur informel dans nos économies. On a parlé de 85%, d'autres disent 90%. Et donc, ce manque de débouchés et aussi l'exploitation des cerveaux brillants dans la sous-région fait que beaucoup de cerveaux sont en train d'aller vers les zones où, effectivement, l'attractivité y est favorable. Et donc, nous devons tout faire en sorte que l'amélioration, en mettant des outils de coopération en termes d'université, de systèmes d'enseignement, et aussi de favoriser ce qu'on appelle les compétences vertes et l'économie bleue. qui sont des opportunités parce que nous sommes une région qui couvre quand même à près de 85% de forêt. Et la mise en place d'outils et d'instruments de reconnaissance et de mutualisation des compétences dans le secteur de la forêt s'avère être un partenariat important. Pour terminer, nous avons estimé que pour avoir des outils de performance en termes de mesure de la migration dans nos régions, dans notre région spécifiquement, il est important que l'on puisse aussi penser à la mise en place d'une plateforme d'acteurs qui interviennent dans la migration, ce que nous, on appelle chez nous le MIDCAS. C'est un mécanisme qui existait, mais qui malheureusement a eu quelques difficultés de fonctionnement et que nous sommes en train, avec l'appui de l'OIM et des États membres, à mettre en place pour qu'on puisse avoir des véritables indicateurs de performance pour la gouvernance de la migration dans la région de l'Afrique centrale. Ça nous permettra aussi d'avoir, c'est le cas du Burundi, qui a signé des accords bilatéraux avec certains pays du Golfe, essentiellement pour des personnes qui travaillent dans le domaine de la santé et des emplois domestiques. Mais nous avons demandé à ce que les partenariats comme cela puissent être plus encadrés et avoir des partenariats qui aspirent à des compétences un peu beaucoup plus élevées. Pourquoi? Parce qu'au retour, à la fin du cycle migratoire de ces migrants, il faudrait qu'il y ait un apport aussi qui concourt à la croissance du pays d'origine. Voilà de façon succincte les efforts que les États de la CEAC ont mis en place pour faire avancer dans notre région le mécanisme, plutôt le pacte mondial pour l'immigration régulière ordonnée. Merci.
Yes, 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 a round of applause. Thank you very much, ECAS. It looks like in these two regions, the ECOWAS, the ECAS, the best practice so far is establishment of the migratory or migration observatory. Now we are inviting SADC. We want to see if they also have the same. The mic.
Thank you,
Your
Director.
5 minutes starts.
Yeah, 5 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, greetings to you. So my name is Jevin. First of all, let me thank the host for this meeting and especially IOM, with which SADC is working regularly and which has been assisting SADC for the past year or two. Before introducing my topic, let me first of all tell you that I am a pure product of migration. As you can all see, I have an Indian face. I'm the 4th generation of Indians in Mauritius, and I'm so proud about this subject. So do understand that this is something very close to my heart that I'm going to be talking about right now. So a quick background about the migration problems or issues that we are having in the SADC region that we are trying to find solution to. We realize that it's mostly based on economic opportunities, political instability, look for better education and opportunities. And now we are seeing more and more on environmental hazards, cyclones, droughts, and flooding. I won't go in details about the exact number of migrants we have in our 16 member states, quite alarming, but we realize that well-managed migration can significantly contribute to achieving our objectives as per our treaty. The region has received, like I said already before, tremendous support from the IOM. Implementing the objectives of the GCM through a MOU which was signed in 2016, revised and signed again this year in September. So what is the GCM for SADC? Thanks to it, we managed to have what we call the SADC Reginal Migration Policy Framework, together with an action plan 2022-2030. This was developed by our SADC member states in consultation with several stakeholders, IOM, UNHCR, UNODC, of course, African Union, our main partner. We realize the development potential of migration and the vital part it plays in the regional integration and socio-economic development. This is online. This policy is online. So together with this policy, we have a big normative framework in the SADC region. I have 22 protocols there. I've been given 7 minutes, so I won't dare to go too much on all these protocols, including the treaty. But just for you to know, it's 22 protocols that we have in SADC since the past 2 decades, which converge towards implementation of the SADC policy. on migration. I'll just mention 2 or 3 regarding education, training. We have one. We have one on youth employment policy. We have another one on labor migration policy framework. We have the code on social security in SADC. So all these can be shared with any of you if you're interested. Let me go straight to the point on the key updates and how in our region we are implementing this policy derived from the CGM. All of the 23 objectives, you have noticed progress. I've got a long list of 12 pages here, over here, sent by my colleagues from the Secretariat, but I'm going to pinpoint some of them which I believe are quite important. On the collection of data, we have the existence of legal frameworks and mechanisms in place to collect and improve data. I'm talking through different ministries, multi-sectoral committees and stakeholders consultation. We are carrying out censuses focusing on employment, gender, education, country of birth, citizenship, place of birth, country of, name it. We are compliant. Most of our member states, if not all 16, are compliant with international standards. And here I'm just going to mention the UN recommendation of population and housing censuses and other UN principles. And of course, with African Union principles as well. How are we minimizing adverse drivers of migration? We have established, as far as climate refugees are concerned, we have established national disaster risk reduction strategies, including disaster management policies in all our member states. They have done it. We are just coordinating. Member states confirm their affiliations to international bodies and adhere to their legal provisions. Another one I have here, which deserves your attention, is proof of legal identity and documentation. We have, all our member states have endeavored to ensure that everyone has access to civil registration services offered, and they have made their service available through our territories. Let's say on objective 9, how are we strengthening our response to smuggling of migrants? All member states of SADC have signed several bilateral agreements and MOUs to cooperate with each other through sharing of information to fight this smuggling of migrants. And we still, all our governments have confirmed, all our member states, that they're still investing in capacity building to enhance border management. So one more thing, objective 11 on border posts. This is one of the biggest success of SADC. We have come forward with what we call the one-stop border posts. We have already 2 in the SADC region, and we are encouraging all our member states to have the same concept. I visited one myself. It's a 20 minutes one side, 20 minutes the other side, and they have roads for trucks to encourage trade among member states. That was between Botswana and Zambia. So many of them, but I'll go another one. Let me go straight to the good practices. Am I still within the time? I don't like this thing. So good practices that we realized when we had several ministerial meetings among our member states. We realized that alternate dispute resolution mechanism should be in place, not detention. So we said mediation, conciliation, negotiation, dialogue as alternatives to detention. Our community is being engaged to identify all migrants in its borders, regardless of whether they are documented or not. We are running a survey to track all immigrants as well as engaging with traditional leaders. Some are allowing their citizens in the diaspora to vote. I'm again stating this is not a commonality. This is among some member states are doing this and encouraging others to follow. Relaxed visa regulations to SADC member states. Pension schemes extended to informal economy. Seasonal permits and visas to workers in the mining and agricultural sectors. Embracing early warnings mechanism to conflict migration, climate change, and disaster risk reduction. Finally, my conclusion would be this GCM enable all SADC member states to come together and help us to deepen our appreciation of international and regional migration policies, patterns, dynamics, fluidity, best practices, challenges, opportunities, available policy options, and how they need to respond to them individually and collectively. SADC member states have demonstrated their commitment to implementing the GCM and the provisions of the SADC RMPF, our own migration policy. We have developed innovative ways of addressing migration challenges. The region needs to be more or well coordinated, which we are doing in terms of data sharing to enable it to effectively pursue all endeavors regarding migration. If you allow me, I can still have 10 more pages.
No, thank
Thank
you.
you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sadek. Thank you very much, Sadek. The best practices are coming through. We now move on to IGAD. Madam Patia, your 5 minutes starts.
Good afternoon, bon après-midi, and salamu alaikum to all of you. Donc, this is the IGAD, actually the region of the Eastern Horn of Africa. Of course, it's been also very challenging that we are presenting our progress at the end of the day, but nevertheless, let me just give you a brief background of our region. We all know that the region of IGAD is a region of migration. If I can say that the IGAD has maybe close to 6 million of migrants, 9 million of IDPs, 9 million of refugees, 24 million of IDPs, and also returnees. Donc, the issue of migration, returnees, IDPs, it is always in our agenda. And also just to also inform you that as the IGAD, we have been one of the regional economy community which has domesticated in 2006 the Banjul migration policy of the African Union, which has been endorsed by our Council of Ministers. Donc the IGAD policy of migration is very comprehensive. And also we have recently actually tried to align in 2017 with the Global Compact of Migration. Having said that, the IGAD progress, and also on behalf of our member state, we have held 2 main meetings actually to review the progress of the GCM. And recently actually in Addis Ababa in 2024. The progress also that made is for the implementation of this Global Compact on Migration. Among one actually recommendation was how to strengthen the IGAD migration governance platform, such as the National Coordination Mechanism, which is called the NCM in all our member states, but also the regional consultative process on migration. And this also have been with the support particularly of IOM and AU that we have launched in 2008 here in Addis Ababa. The other also recommendation that many also, of course, that delegates have spoken and also REC is the protocol of free movement. We know as a region, of course, we have a region we have been prone to conflict, disasters, but nevertheless also we have been region which has embarked on the protocol on free movement since 2016. Donc our protocol has been formulated, developed, endorsed by all member states, and also we're glad to inform that we are now even given support from the European Union for its ratification as a second phase. We know it is a long way, but still the journey is long, but we are also together because it's so important to have a protocol of free movement of person in place if we are talking about the regional integration agenda of our continent. The other also element is that within our protocol, we have a big component on the labor mobility. We should not forget that our migrant, more or less, they are migrating for better opportunity. Donc this was very important also with the support of ILO, how actually we can work together and bringing actually a member state together and also having a policy and strategies, but also a bilateral BLA, what we call. Donc again, I think this is an area where we are working so closely with ILO and our member state. Data, I think data is very important. And I was happy also that my colleague from UNHCR has already raised. We have also what we call the Regional Migration Data Working Group. And thanks again to IOM, ILO, and also other partners. The other one also, which is so important, is the adoption of the Kampala Ministerial Declaration on Migration, Environment, and Climate Change. I think this has been a declaration that also we have worked particularly with IOM. We know that also has a region, our region is a region where the climate is very harsh. Actually has the IGAD, we have even established in Nairobi what we call the IGAD Center Climate Change. Climate Change. Donc I think this is an area also where is this so important, and we have a full declaration that has been also by our member state. The last one actually that also I want to mention is the adoption of the Djibouti Declaration on Labor, Employment, and Labor Migration. Once again, this will be in support with the ILO. So we have full-fledged declaration, and also we'll be working on the policy and strategies that also will be implementing. Last, we have also, it's so important as the IGAD, where the local integration should exist between the migrant and host community, but also the refugees and host community. So with the support here with the German, we have been developed to have a full proposal program that currently is implementing. And one actually is what we call the window one, which is more for the migratory route. And the other one is the window two, which is also the social cohesion between the refugees and the local communities. I would like to thank all of you on behalf of our member state, but also on behalf of our executive secretary. Thank you so much. Merci.
Thank you, IGAD. Ladies and gentlemen, so all the RECs have made their presentations. We're now going to invite a special forum, a regional forum. So the permanent secretary, our brother Akri Kibenge from Uganda, is going to present this forum. It's a regional forum. That's how it finds itself to the platform of the RECs. You have the floor, sir. And your 5 minutes starts.
Thank you, Chair. I'm here to present the outcome of a consultation mechanism within the Regional Ministerial Forum on Migration, which covers the East and Horn of Africa. There are 11 member states, and in their consultations, this is the contribution that they would like to make to this forum. One, that the link between migration and development must underpin migration governance, and migration must be viewed as benefiting both countries of origin and destination. Migration initiatives must be mainstreamed into national and regional development policies. Also, that irregular migration can be combated through development, addressing root causes and promoting regular pathways. The forum calls for promoting regularization experiences, regular pathways, integration, and international protection mechanisms, including social protection, considering human rights and respecting the human dignity of migrants in general and migrant workers in policy development is essential for achieving social cohesion and enhancing the contributions of migrants, as well as overall reducing of the vulnerabilities. Protection of migrants must be strengthened, and tools for addressing racial discrimination and combating xenophobia must be in place. Migrants' access to basic services, including health and education services, must be ensured in national legislation. Alternatives to consular protection must be planned in scenarios of absence of consulates. Flexibility, adaptability, and resilience to natural disasters must be promoted and access to basic services for those displaced due to climate change must be facilitated. Rights-based and people-centered movement in the context of climate change must be ensured, including staying in place, planned relocation, migration and displacement through a proactive, inclusive, and collaborative regional approach that reflects common interests in a culturally appropriate manner, while respecting national sovereignty and diversity. Transits, safe conducts, and early warnings must be planned. Saving migrants' lives must continue being a priority. Assistance, protection, prevention, investigation, and prosecution of crimes of human trafficking and migrant smuggling must be prioritized. The capacity of border management to prevent irregular entry while respecting the international human rights law must be strengthened, and options for voluntary, dignified, and safe return must be ensured. Detailed and timely data for effective migration governance is essential, and migration policies must be founded on comprehensive and comparative data. Finally, given the transnational nature of migration, achieving the Global Compact for migration objectives in one region is contingent on the neighboring regions too. The Global Compact on migration implementation and review must be member-driven and collaborative with all states, partners, stakeholders, underpinned by values of regional cooperation, innovation, and respect for diversity and heritage. Strengthening cooperation between countries of origin and destination is essential to achieve a balance in migration policies. Through these consultations, the forum calls on us to unite for effective solidarity for the implementation of the Global Compact for migration. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, Permanent Secretary representing Uganda. So, honorable members, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the presentations are done by the Rex. Are there any questions, queries, comments, compliments, supplements to the presentations? While you are getting ready, we are going to invite Mauritania. Mauritania, kindly take the floor. I believe you will be complimenting 3 minutes only. You have the floor.
Thank you. Merci. Je tiens tout d'abord à remercier le président de la réunion, les organisateurs de l'événement, le pays hôte, l'Éthiopie, ainsi que tous les présents. Le gouvernement de la République islamique de Mauritanie, sous la haute autorité de son Excellence, le président de la République, M. Mohamed Ould Cheikh El Ghazouani, président de l'Union africaine, et conformément aux traditions d'hospitalité de notre peuple et aux engagements internationaux et bilatéraux du gouvernement, notamment le pacte mondial pour des migrations sûres, ordonnées et régulières, PMM, a mis en œuvre de mesures concrètes qui sont alignées avec certaines présentées dans le cadre du rapport national volontaire sur l'état de mise en œuvre du PMM en Mauritanie, présenté en mars 2022. De ces mesures concrètes, on peut citer la campagne de régularisation des migrants en 2022 et l'extension de la durée du permis de séjour d'un an à 5 ans, favorisant l'inclusion des migrants dans le marché du travail mauritanien et ouvrant des voies régulières plus solides pour les travailleurs migrants. Le renforcement des cadres institutionnels et législatifs de lutte contre la traite des personnes et le trafic de migrants avec les révisions des lois de 2020 et ce par la création de l'instance nationale de lutte contre la traite des personnes et le trafic de migrants, la mise en place d'un mécanisme d'orientation pour les victimes de la traite et du trafic de migrants, la création d'une unité spécialisée au sein de la police, l'Office de lutte contre la traite des êtres humains et la révision du plan d'action national contre la traite avec le soutien de l'OIM en 2024. La Mauritanie a récemment achevé un recensement général qui a intégré des données liées à la migration, y compris des informations sur le nombre et les profils de migrants résidant dans le pays à la demande des autorités mauritaniennes. L'OIM a soutenu ces exercices afin de sensibiliser les communautés de migrants de d'accueil en mettant l'accent sur la neutralité et l'inclusivité du recensement au cours de ces exercices. L'entité étatique a collaboré directement avec le leader des communautés de migrants qui ont soutenu la traduction et la sensibilisation dans leurs communautés respectives. L'adoption des premières procédures opérationnelles standards septembre 2022 sur la gestion de l'accueil et de l'assistance fournie aux réfugiés et aux migrants débarquant en Mauritanie est une étape importante qui a permis de sauver la vie de milliers de migrants. Mesdames et messieurs, notre pays, la Mauritanie, est confronté à deux défis majeurs, celui des réfugiés et celui des migrants. Et elle demande plus de soutien technique et financier pour faire face à ces défis, construction de zones de transit aux frontières, plus de moyens pour l'enregistrement de réfugiés et migrants pris en charge. En tout cas, la Mauritanie reste persuadée que la solution ne doit pas être d'ordre sécuritaire seulement, mais il y a également... Merci.
Thank you very much, Mauritania. Thank you very much, Mauritania, for your submission. Colleagues and gentlemen, is there any contribution as we wrap up, as we close? The best practice only that we can take. 3, 2, 1, close. Oh, there's a flag, there's a flag. Kindly take the floor, and the list is closed.
Thank you, Chair. I think in terms of best practices, I would just like to share that we have had occasion with South Africa to conduct labor inspections as observers in the South African farming sector, where a number of Basotho labor migrants work as seasonal farm workers. I think this to us was a gesture of showing that the protection that is extended to South African workers is also extended equally to Basotho migrant workers. And we have reciprocated this by also extending an invitation to South Africa in the future to conduct labor inspections in Lesotho at the Pudihadi construction, where the phase 2 of the Lesotho Highlands Water Project is being carried out at Pudihadi in Mogotlong, where a number of South African migrants and other migrants are being hosted by Lesotho to show the willingness and transparency to extend protection to migrant workers in all sectors. I submit.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lesotho, for sharing that best practice. It's even good and relevant because it's a cross-border, a regional initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, ECOWAS, IGAD, ECAS, SADC, and also Uganda that was making a presentation on a regional initiative. Give them a round of applause as they take their seats. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Over to you, Mr. Moderator.
Would you please also give one round of applause to Dr. Sabelo Mbakazi, Head of Division Migration, Labor and Employment at the African Union Commission, for impeccably moderating this session, particularly in terms of time. We have come to wrap up the day. What a beautiful day. What a very inspiring day it's been, if you agree with me. So we really appreciate all those who have taken part, active part in the form of speaking, moderating, being a panelist, and also commenting and adding to discussions and participating. So would you please give one big round of applause for everyone who has taken an important part in this, and to you as well for being so attentive in all the sessions, regardless of our probably timing, which we finally managed to maintain. Thank you so very much. So the second regional review for this second round provides for discussion on regional priorities and gaps in GCM implementation. That's a framework. So the discussions will continue today, tomorrow as well. This has been a very rewarding day. Once again, thank you, everyone. As we look forward to the evening, we have a reception starting 7 p.m. local time. That is in about 2 hours from now. So you can probably go away and refresh or freshen up and join us for more networking opportunities and informal discussions and what have you, which will be happening right on the opposite hall from here. As you go out, please do remember to leave the mics and the headphones behind for the interpretation service. Thank you very much. Tomorrow, we'll have 5 more sessions, 3 round the table, 1 summary discussion, and 1 closing session tomorrow. We'll start at 9, unlike today. So please be on time, or we start on time if you come in earlier tomorrow. Thank you so very much for the wonderful day we've had. It's been a very, very great pleasure. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening, ladies and gentlemen.